everybody. Happy Thursday. You're very welcome to today's live stream where we take a Cessna 172 for some VOR training. Yes, very high frequency omnidirectional range flying. We're going to navigate using the L radio navigation, and well, we're going to do a bit of flying, a bit of learning, and then later on we're going to be checking out tonight's VATSIM flight where we take a 737 from Hannover into London Heathrow. This is going to be grand. Nothing to worry about at all. Prepare to hold, and when you get there you're going to hold. Right, but yes, we're also flying this with OnAir company today. Now, today's a bit of a mad one because I'm waiting on a delivery. I'm waiting for the postman and I'm waiting for the FedEx post person, and I'm waiting on 2 deliveries. So at a moment's notice, I could be called up. I have me cameras turned on through me Venetian blinds looking out into me drive. You know, a vehicle or vehicles will arrive in. So this could be great. We'll do an unboxing maybe if there's something decent in it. But we'll see what happens. How are yous? The weather, it's a rainy 9 degrees here in Tipperary this morning, and I spent the last hour trying to get me livery to work on the WBSim. I was even like Gemini or ChatGPT. I was like, hey, how do you do the thing? Do this, okay. Now do that, okay. And it'll work. Brilliant. Loaded, didn't work. Yeah, chief, that didn't work. I'll tell you the right way to do it. 100%. Grand. Do this, I've done that. Do this, I've done that. It'll work. Loaded up the sim, didn't work. It still didn't shaggin' work. Now I'm going to show you how to really do it. We're going to cut out all the fluff. Grace's eye. So it still didn't work. So that's what we're up against, lads. Right, AI is out to get us. It's not there to help us. No, it's there to shag us. We can't figure things out for ourselves anymore. How do you tie a shoelace? How do I make a cup of tea with toast? You can't. You make a cup of tea and then you make toast. Right, but that's what we're up against. But anyway, as well, you're going to learn something here today. Well, you learn things with me all the time. Usually it's not any use to you, you know. You learn, like, the depth of the muppetry, you know. But it's grand. We're used to it. Sure, right, we're all used to it. But anyway, we'll ramble in. I'm not AI, no. You're not AI? Could you imagine? Even though my voice lives in the world of AI. You know what I mean? Let us see. Who's here, look, on this a Thursday morning? Dextro Gaming, welcome aboard. Eamon 1973 is here. We're live here on Twitch, on YouTube, and over on TikTok. And we actually got, welcome into the lads on TikTok. They are now. How are you, lads? I saw it there during the week, Twitch giving updates saying that, you know, they're going to allow combined chat. So I need to figure out how we can do it to get everyone into the one little area. Because I imagine those on TikTok will be slagging those on Twitch, and then we'll have also those slagging over on YouTube. It'll be a great barrel of laughs. 3-way conversation with me talking absolute nonsense for the entirety. Brilliant, right? It's going to be... I keep looking at my phone because I'm waiting on... Sure, I'll hear them. He'd ring the doorbell, surely. You'd expect them to ring the doorbell here. Sometimes they don't. I'll put you over there. And if you hear a ping and I don't hear it, say, Merv, the door, right, and then I'll go off and I'll get it. But anyway, who else come into the parlour here on this a Thursday? Bit of tunage now, just ease our way into it. You could be working, lurking, could be schooling, and don't know what rhymes with schooling, right? Or you could be on the DOS. Could be night time. Could be morning time. You just wouldn't know. What did I do last night? I went to bed last night watching Steve-O Won Knievo. Did you ever watch Steve-O? And it was some of his older videos. He's flying the Grand Caravan out to the Bahamas and then, well, the TBM. Just brilliant. So, I don't know, do you guys do that? Do you watch, like, aviation content when you shouldn't be? You know? We're all sad, but, you know... One of us, right? That's what we do. But anyway, who's here? Harvey, good morning. Shuller Pilot, good morning. You flew the good old Cessna 172. Yes, such a beautiful little plane. The Impossible Face, good morning. T-Sac is here. 98 Vulcan, top of the morning to you. I hope all is well. Malky Mac has rambled in. Good morning to you. Belbro is here. Welcome aboard. Commander Balosh, afternoon to you. Hope you're keeping well. APU Inspector, 170 streams in a row. You absolute mad ticket. Good to see you, buddy. Spitfire RAF 100 has rambled in, along with Soaring AJ. AJH man, hope all is well. It's early where Soaring AJ is watching us from. Creo, a very good morning to all in County Mayo. Crafty Tigers is here. Wild Mulqueen. Morning lads and lassies, he says. Crafty Tigers, happy Thursday. De Blaze is here. Norse Viking, good morning. 98 Vulcan says, I just watched a great movie, Murph, The Shamrock Spitfire. It's about Wing Commander Paddy Finucane. It's a great watch. So it was a relatively low budget, the name. It's a fairly, Luke, thank you for the follow. I just seen a very funny, welcome in to everyone who's watching. It was a very low budget movie. What was it called? The Shamrock Spitfire. And they actually built, get this, they actually built a replica Spitfire to use for filming, right? And then they sold the replica on like Done Deal. You know, Done Deal. That's stupid ad. But anyway, that's what they did. And because I saw it on adverts or buy and sell, I was like, what? We're selling the house. And then it turned out it was a replica. Someone bought it, but the story is absolutely incredible. Paddy Finucane and an ace, an RAF ace flying the Spitfires. Great story behind him. Very, very interesting character. But I heard the movie. Well, I saw bits of the movie, but it was low production, you know. Naughty Gnome is here. Good morning. Did someone say VATSIM? Good morning. How is she cutting? Epic Fool is here. Murphy, we require you in the Fantasy F1 this year. Oh yeah, I saw that, Epic. Fair play to you. I need to get involved. Formula One, I mean, Jesus, lads, when they release A Drive to Survive, there will be nothing else watched on the telly. And I was trying to say, right, I'll hold off. Try not to watch it because I can watch it on the plane when I'm heading away in my Holliers. I'm going to New Zealand in a few weeks and I'll be like, that's ideal, sitting on the plane watching stuff. But I can't wait that long, do you know? So yes, we'll have to definitely jump in there. Pieman Jim, good morning. Willow, how much is here? Hope you're well. One Foxy Bingo Gav is in the house. I missed out last night and tonight. I'm working 12 hours all week. Ah, Jesus. Rain in Cork, says Schuler Pilot. Sure, listen, it's good rain though. Willow, how much? Thank you for the bits. Oh, it's windy as well, is it? Filthy, good morning. Toto, 24.95. Top of the day to you, sir. Hope all is well. A rant about AI. No one mentions Stu. Why, what does Stu do? Is he in trouble with AI? Oh, wait, Stu, as in the food. Ah, Jesus. I wonder, actually, how could you... Can AI make a good stew and actually make it nice, right? Just Roy is here, good morning. ChatGPT Plus created a Python file for exporting materials for 2024. For this, ChatGPT comes in handy. I just can't get the shagging thing to work, though. Convert this beautiful livery that Cyrus made. I wanted to be all, you know, oh, look at him in his fancy livery. Yeah, it didn't work. You know, I'm using the... Would it be inside anyway? But still, it's nice to... You know what I'm saying? Max is here, good morning. Epic Fool says, you should have a QR code on the front door that links to the live stream so the delivery driver can ping you in the chat if you don't answer the door. I did get a fair bit of stick from the postman down here, you know. He's like, oh, Jesus, are you plugged in? No. I thought you were plugged in. No, you're grand. It's, you know... yeah, sometimes now they don't ring the doorbell. Alright, you were plugged in, I didn't want to, you know, thanks, right. Then you've other delivery drivers. It's almost like a snatch and grab, except they drop the box and they leg it. And you need to watch them, you know. Sometimes the box is empty. Come back, you right. That goes on quite a bit. So, Yara, the camera's on, we'll see what happens. We'll get notifications from my smart home security system that Gibbo influenced me terribly on. Then I went out and got one myself. It's very fancy until it stops working. Anyway, Captain Kenobi is here. Good day to you, sir. Hope all is well. Loved your photos of the 145. Jeez, it looks amazing. So you're very welcome in. Who's this now? Welcome in, lads, over on TikTok. Good few lads there. Great to see you. You're looking well. You know, even though you're holding me in a strange... Right. Could you move your hand a little bit that way? Thanks. That's better. But welcome in. But yes, Captain Kenobi, good to see you. I watch aviation content all the time, hours of it, days of it, says Naughty Gnome. You and I are of a similar breed, my friend. Yes, we can answer questions. If there ever was to be the Aviation Pub Quiz Craft Beer Festival, I reckon we do quite well in that. You know, Not that we know much about craft beer, we just like drinking it, but we would do well with answering, what is the diameter of the screw that holds the Perspex mirror aboard an Airbus A380. 6 mil. Right, hex screw. We know these things. Very chicks love it, man. Say that again. Hex screw. Chicks love this kind of stuff, right? That's what I'm told. But anyway, who else come in the door now? I'm doing that now, Murph, as I'm at work, says Eamon. You poor old Divleen. Dougal McTavish, the chairman, has rambled in. Good to see you, Dougal. Drive to Survive is out tomorrow. Oh, is it? Balls. I'll have to watch it tomorrow. It'd ask you to add breaks, no doubt, says the Impossible Face, right? Food, yes, not stew. Very good. I'm using the plus version. Unlimited uploading screenshots. That could work. Brylar Gaming is here. Good morning. Thank you very much indeed for 6 months subscribed to the channel, to the madness. 6 months. You'll never get them back. But the good news is, subscribing to the channel slows aging. Yes, you start feeling younger each and every day. I take whatever aging there is and I apply it, to my face and my head and me, basically, I'm not going to go down this. Most of you know how old I am or how young I am. Who said that? Right. I'm now at the age that 10 years ago people said I was. And I was like, what? I'm not, right? Do you know? So yeah, be still with my emotions. Muttley, good morning. You're still on the sick ward. You poor old divil. Get better soon, bud. Shuller says, so the way I learned takeoff in the 172 is as follows. Flaps 10. Rotate between 55 and 65, depending on your weight. Climb out around 70, 200 feet above the aerodrome. Flaps up, continue to climb at 80. Just thought it might be helpful. It's funny, right? There's always going to be slight differences between CFIs, between your instructor. So, I was always taught, you're aiming for 55, and the exact words are, allow the plane to fly. So you'll actually feel the weight come off, right? We climb out at around 74, 75. 76, but it's not just 70, you have a little bit of headroom. Flaps up at 300 feet, right? And then continue to climb, unless you're going to a high altitude, you drop the nose down and aim for 80. But it all depends. It depends on a lot of things. You know what I mean? So, very helpful though, Schuller, absolutely. Sim Guy is here, good to see you. I'm 27, naughty gnome, right? I mean, there's a place here for you. Come over, you're welcome. 27, good man. Brilliant. Right. Now, let me see. Who else came into the parlour here on this Thursday morning? Kubi Montana is watching us over on YouTube. You're very welcome aboard. Craig is here. Gary Moore. Murph, old mate. How have you been? It's been a minute since I caught your last video. Look forward to your Say Intentions video. Ooh, nice. Gary, top of the morning to you, buddy. Johnny Mon is here. Hope all is well. Johnny, how are things in Chicago? Rennie is here. Welcome aboard. Deezer, good to see you, man. Now, how does one pronounce that name? KVNC. Is it Swift? Welcome in. Insanity is here. Good morning. Mulgoon, what's the crack? Crack is 90. You're very welcome. Nope, 3611. Speaking of Spitfire, Paddy, my granddad was responsible for 35 down German aircraft. What? That's incredible. Jesus. Unbelievable. Pilgrim, welcome in. Virtue Sim, hope you're well. To this day, he holds the record as the worst mechanic the Luftwaffe ever had. That's brilliant. Oh, but that's terrible. My grandfather was responsible for 35 German planes in the Second World War. To this day, he holds the record as the worst mechanic in the Luftwaffe. That's brilliant. That's just made me day. Doing well. It's cold. 24 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus. BD47, hello. Hope you're well. VDM is here, joining us from a sunny Cape Town. Good day, Brew. Hope you're well. That was very good. But anyway, 27 watt. What was the completion? I would say not a day over 60. Motley, would you shag off, will you? Jesus. I'm used to diamonds myself. I can never remember the difference between the climb speed and the 40 versus the 42. I just set it to 95 knots, which I think is climb speed for the 42. Ooh, interesting. 300 feet, haven't flown in over a year. That's quite okay, Schiller. It's, I'm trying to remember, there was other
dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
There was other things, it's brilliant when you get actually talking to a flight instructor, a CFI, because I've met a few over the years, and like they all have their own kind of quirks. And there's always a chemistry. Like if you don't have if you don't have like a natural chemistry with your flight instructor, you're with the wrong flight instructor. And they don't take this personal. You have to be able to work with people and understand and get the flows right, and just generally get on. Do you know? So I've come across a few. You're not for me, but thanks, right? And then others were lunatics, which were great fun because they had skills, and like. They're not skills that they were just born with. These are skills because they've worked very hard over a number of years learning and, perfecting their craft. Little things like, a pilot would go up to the prop and tap it. And he goes, you hear that? I'd be like, yeah. And then he tapped the bottom of it. Would you hear that? Yeah, actually, there was a difference. And it's all about knowing kind of depending on the prop, the makeup of the prop. But like, even listening, there's damage in this. There's a chip somewhere because that sound shouldn't have gone like that. It should have went up the way. And you're like, you got that from really? Do you know what I mean? And then there's other stuff inside the plane as well of engine management. It's actually a huge thing. It's managing and getting the best out of the engine. You'd be surprised how much is involved in that. It's pretty cool. But anyway, we'll see what the story is. Avcon has followed. Welcome in. You sound just like a Hungarian YouTuber. Whitewash, brilliant. Ireland and Hungary, very similar accent, I'm sure. But thank you very much. But you're all very welcome. Phil is here as well. Good morning. And any questions that you might have in relation to flight simulation or aviation, we'll ask. I'll completely bluff the answer. Well, I'll probably know it if it's flight sim. Real world stuff, not so much. But Avcon is here, and I hope you're well. Fiona, welcome in. Epic Fool says, the best instructor I had taught me how to hover by only using one anti-torque pedal. It was a great way to understand how power affected the helicopter. Epic, he wasn't an ex-Air Corps pilot by any chance, was he? Right? Because I was chatting to a fella up there, and even with the R20, like even where you keep, the cyclic, it just kind of sits in your leg. You barely move it. I was like, really? There's no. It's incredibly flimsy, is what you know what I mean. That's what I'm trying to get at. The controls, the cyclic, the collective isn't too bad. There's a bit of brain power required for like throttle and whatnot, but the cyclic, I was like, that's so flimsy. Give us an Alouette any day. But anyway, we'll see what the crack is. So we'll start off. Nope says, my friend is a flight instructor. He was killed in a crash. He used to always say the hardest thing about flying is the ground. Right? Jesus. Ooh. Right? No, listen, pull back from that one. Your first one was great, though. Right? 777 is here. Good morning. Murph, Mrs. 777 wanted to, wanted to declare the Pioneer twin from last night, and she didn't think there was a livery on it. Hope your packages are to help you create in your creative space. Thank you, 777. Yeah, so the Scottish Aviation Twin Pioneer, we had a look at that last night on Flight Sim News, and it's a lovely airplane. And I just need to find out when can we get a manual? Because older aircraft like that, especially kind of the obscure aircraft, planes you wouldn't necessarily be, around. Well, they all have their own quirks and like ergonomics, as I said, like this was not part of the process. This was like brilliant engineering. Scottish Aviation, they probably said, right, how do we confuse the pilot here? Right, we'll put that switch over there, but put this one here. Right, it's one of those aircraft. So, Idle Cutoff is here, Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. You're very welcome in. Right, we'll jump over here to this screen and I'll show you what we're getting, what we're doing today. It's VOR navigation. This is brilliant. Going to bore the bejesus out of you, but it's very good, and it's great that you can do it in a flight sim. This is going to help you with your multitasking when it comes to dialing in radio frequencies. Granted, these are for nav. It's going to help you something fierce with your navigation. Like all sorts of things, like following the VOR if it has distance measuring equipment, bit of dead reckoning, and looking for landmarks. It's VOR navigation. It's technically instrument flight rules style of flying, right? You're using your instruments to help you navigate. But if you're flying VFR, it is a remarkable addition you can use to assist you in your normal navigation to and from different areas, especially when you're trying to figure out, well, where am I? Yes, you're looking out the window, you can see things like visual reference points, but by glancing at your instruments, if you're following VOR stations, especially if they have DME, which is distance measuring, you'll get a really good idea to say, well, I'm on this radial, right, or I'm tracking here, and this is my distance. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, you know, or where I'm not supposed to be. So, yeah, what plane did you say? The Scottish Aviation Twin Pioneer is the one. Not sure. He was from Navan. A lunatic, by far the best instructor, was notorious for winding back the throttle when you were PIC. That sounds like him. Also loved to show you how to hover taxi backwards. Navan. Did he drive a motorbike? I forget his name. Just curious if you're using the Echo 19 sound set. I can tell you it sounds just like the real plane. I'm not. So Schuller, with the WBSim Cessna 172 that we're using, this is a modified Cessna 172. It's from Flight Sim 2020. And it's the behavior and I don't want to say the flight model because you can't really feel flight in a flight sim. I mean, you get close. I have a motion rig there, and you know, you stick on your VOR. You look like your man out of the Lawnmower Man. But I will say it's a much better experience of a Cessna 172 than the default Asoba one, which isn't bad. I mean, the default Asoba one is not too bad. This is better. But this comes with the Boris Audio Works, so it's Boris sounds for this one. But yes, the Echo 19 sounds are deadly. They're savage, right? Absolutely brilliant. Right, I'm going to press some buttons now. You ready? And then this one. Did you see that transition? Very fancy. Right, so welcome to, the setup, right? Welcome to the setup. So we're here on the ground at Arkansas, right? Where am I? Let me see. It's Goodwin Field, South Arkansas Regional Airport. As I said, what we're doing today, we're going to be flying following VOR stations. But before we get into the flying, we're going to learn a little bit. I have a video that we're going to watch, and it's all about learning what VOR is. It's a style of navigation, or it's a type of navigation that is slowly but surely actually being phased out of kind of real world use. However, aspiring pilots, well, you need to learn it because it's part of your PPL. And there's still airports to this day that use VOR procedures that you need to know. Basically, it's using radio frequencies. There are two parts to this kind of setup. You have a ground station, and that ground station is sending out two vital bits of information, right? Then you have the aircraft. That's the second bit of the jigsaw. The aircraft can receive the information, and it's done over radio frequencies, VHF or very high frequency. You have different bands of radio waves, right? You might have seen this in your TV, ultra high, or what do they call it? UVF or ultra high frequency, UHF. UVF, Jesus, we're getting political. Ultra high frequency, very high frequency, or high frequency. Right? These are all the different bands. And then you get into things like frequency modulation and AM and FM. Don't worry too much about this. We're using kilohertz, megahertz, that kind of jazz. And they operate between a certain frequency. We're going to learn all about this today. All right. So effectively what it is, if you were to say, right, a VOR nav aid versus a NDB. An NDB is another name. It's called a non-directional beacon. And to give you an idea or the difference between them, as a pilot and you're trying to navigate towards one of these stations because there's no signs in the air, we got to know how do we navigate, right? A non-directional beacon, if I were to say, think of a crane at nighttime. You know a crane? And you know the light they'd have on a crane that just kind of flashes, right? That would be a non-directional beacon. It's at a fixed location and it's just, well, that's where it is. If you were to look at a VOR, well, a VOR is similar to what like a lighthouse is or a searchlight because it's panning 360 degrees. Now, it's not that it's like, you know, it's pulsing every few moments on one frequency. All angles are covered. All 360 degrees are covered on that station. So there is a little bit of a difference of it. The advantage of using VOR and the accuracy of VOR, because it's, you know, transmitting on a 360 degree circle, it means each of those degrees, the lines, okay, well, here's 360, here's 090, and so on, and every degree in between it, well, they're radials, meaning you can tune your frequency and your instruments to follow a specific radial either to or from a VOR. With a non-directional beacon, well, you can't really do that. You can tune towards, well, where is it? And you can use another instrument called an ADF or an automatic direction finder. And that works like a metal detector. It'll point in the right direction to say it's over there. It's not always handy when we know it's over there, but like, where is it? Where am I in relation to it? That's the harder part. All right. So we'll see what the crack is. David C, good morning to you. Hope all is well. Hey, it's Lazy. Good to see you. Hope all is well, buddy. And well, you're all very welcome in. And sure, we'll get started. So I'm going to show you what I'm looking at here, because we're going to be looking at some maps. Oh, brilliant. Right, but it's good to crack this. Now we're flying in the United States this morning. That is the beauty of a flight sim. We can literally go wherever we want in the world, anytime, any day. And we're going to start off over here. So here's Navigraph. This is the flight sim solution when it comes to your EFB in terms of your charts, navigating, and so on. So we're going to turn on the US sectionals. We do have VFR sectionals, of course, in Europe now, which is absolutely brilliant. But we need to be able to identify what a VOR station looks like when we look at a chart or a map. A chart is a fancy name for a map. These are aeronautical charts, but they're maps, right? And sectionals, because, well, you have a section, each kind of state or, you know, FIR have their own section, and they've put them all together. We call them now sectionals. They're all bound together, giving you, you know, countrywide coverage. So if we have a look at where we are, we're down here at the South Arkansas Regional at Goodwin Field. All right, this is the airport we're currently sat at. And if you notice then, to see this kind of a blue circle on the outside, and how we identify it is, well, there's numbers on this. We can see there's 180 here. Okay, here's an arrow. That must be 360 or north. We can see here's 270. That's west. And then we have 090 over here. But also we have this little box. And this little box is important because it's telling us the identity of this station. So it's the El Dorado station. It's a VOR at El Dorado, and its frequency is 115.5. Now, you don't say point in Europe, we'll go 115.5. Channel 102, we don't need to worry about that, but it does have these dots and dashes, and this is where it comes into Morse code. You might have heard Morse code before. Morse code, right? But the reason why you have a Morse code identifier, because these are navigation frequencies, there's no one at the other end of the line. Hello, Tommy, it's Johnny. It doesn't exist. So the pilot will look at the chart and say, well, once I tune into this frequency, and if I hear, in this case, that makes sense with what I'm looking at in terms of a Morse code identifier. So I'll say, right, I'm tuned in to the correct frequency at El Dorado, Jonesboro. Brilliant. What else? Usually when you're looking, or when you're trying to identify the type of VOR, we have a couple of different VORs. We have a VOR station, we have a VOR DME, which is basically two stations combined into one. It's a VOR, and you'll also get distance information, how far to or from you are. And then you have a VOR TAC or VORTAC. Now, TACAN is your tactical air stuff. It's used by the military. However, most TACANs have distance measuring included as well that civilian pilots can use. Most of them, all right? And we'll learn a little bit about that as well. Avcon, absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. Have a great day. So, flying in flight sim when it comes to VOR navigation, it's loads of fun because it's a great way of, you know, you've set out to do a thing and next thing you're doing it, and you can see it's a great sense of achievement or accomplishment when we do this. So with our flight plan today, I'm going to say, right, well, we're going to start off here at El Dorado, right? So we're going to add you to the gadget. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Unload. We're going to add in here, because if I click on the little airport, we're going to add the airport. Yes. So there's our first part of our flight plan for today. We're starting off from this airport, and we'll figure out what we need to do in terms of, you know, taxiway and all this jazz. Now, as we look at our map, what I'd like to do, we've no particular place to go, so we're just going to do some VOR flying. So I'm thinking, well, right, we're going to find more VOR stations. And again, you're going to go into the map and have a now look around and say, well, right, what do we have? Well, we have all these weird circles and lines. These are all indicating to us different types of airspace. The class of airspace, you know, is it Bravo, Charlie, Golf, right? The type of airspace, and there are rules that apply to us if we want to enter certain airspaces, Does anyone think or wonder, why are there airspaces? What's the reason for having airspaces? Different types of airspaces, right? Have a think on that and let me know. The second thing we need to look for is a restricted airspace or a danger area. Because again, there could be a certain type of flying that goes on in these areas and they restrict or prohibit entry to and from. All right. So that's what it'll show on our charts. But outside of all of that, you would also have the airport airspace direct from it, right? Eight barely. No, good answer, but no. And then if we look just over here, we'll look. Oh, this is in. We've seen this guy before. This is another VOR station. And we can see, well, this is the Pine Bluff VOR. This one is on a different frequency. It's on 116.0. And we can see it has a different identifier. This one is... All right. So we know there's a difference, right? So we're going to use this as another VOR station. So I'm going to add this VOR to our routing, right? We're going to add it. Now we can tell by looking at the symbol. A VOR or a TACAN or a DME, they have slightly different symbols, and you can look up the key to find out, well, what type of station am I actually flying to? This one here, I know by looking at it, there's a VOR and a DME. Now, it'll say it on your charts as well. It'll say, yeah, it's a VOR DME station, right? So that's okay. That means I'll now know where I'm able to fly to and the distance, right? The greater token is to organize air traffic, keep safety and efficiency as maintained as possible. Correct. That's why there's airspace. It's controlled areas to maintain, the famous words, aircraft separation. It's an aviation terminology. Maintain aircraft separation. Keep planes away from each other. Don't let them melt into each other. That's the idea, right? And you have all these different types of air spaces. Usually, the bigger the city or area you're flying into, the higher caliber or grade of the airspace you're flying into. For example, is it going to be a class Delta? Or is it going to be a class Bravo? Now, a class Bravo, to give you an idea, that would be the likes of JFK, LAX, right? Then you have class Charlie, which are also busy. That would be, I think, Dublin, maybe, right? And so on. They're like all to do with how many aircraft are flying in and out, how many restrictions in terms of, you know, population is next or near the airport. These are all the kind of factors that are considered when looking at airspace. Airspace governed in the United States is done by the Federal Aviation Administration. In Europe, it's done by the European ESA or EASA, right? And then you have your local European coverages. For example, Ireland is the Irish Aviation Authority. In the UK, they have their own, and so on. All right, you don't need to get bogged down in it, but just be aware. There's a lot of stuff in the air we can't see is very relevant to when we want to go flying. There's airspaces there. You can't just blast into it for the crack. There are rules attached to each different type of airspace that we can and cannot fly into. Just be aware of that. We won't worry about it too much today. I have a lesson planned just on airspace. Very boring, but you'll learn from it. Do you know what I mean? So Pine Bluff looks like a good one for me. And then finally, I'm going to head on over this neck of the woods, because there's another VOR station here at Hot Springs. So we're going to go to Hot Springs, right? So I'm going to add in the VOR. And again, it's a VOR DME. So if we have a look, again, we're checking the chart. Here we go. Here's the VOR information for Hot Springs. It's going to be on frequency 110.0, and its Morse code is going to be... So there's differences between them. You don't need to get too bogged down. Again, with modern aviation, we have things like, glass avionics, GPS systems that we can actually go in and get way more information if we were just flying the traditional steam gauged aircraft, dials and all this kind of crack. But it's good to know what's going on, right? So that's what our little route is going to look like today. So I better put in the airport as a final destination as well, because we're going to be tracking this. We're going to be tracking all of this today, all right? So we're strictly flying IFR, but we can do a bit of VFR as well. Now we're transiting kind of east, so if we were IFR, we need to be flying under the control of ATC in the real world. When it comes to flight simming, well, not so much, right? Not so much. So we'll stick in 4,000 here for the moment, just to kind of set the ball rolling. And this is what our flight is going to look like. So we're going to fly from South Arkansas, which is near the El Dorado VOR. We're going to track to the northeast up to Pine Bluff, right, which is, we're not too far from kind of Memphis neck of the woods. And once we get to Pine Bluff, we'll probably do a touch and go, or we might land at the airport here, Pine Bluff Regional, right? So I'll drag this guy across, we'll land there, and then we're going to head her on out and jump into here. Now we can see there's this notice: for reasons of national security, pilots are requested to avoid flight at and below 5,000 feet. So there's obviously something very important over here, or in this neck of the woods. Is that kind of, it's North Little Rock? So I don't know, where's do they make like weapons here or money or something? National security. So the Americans obviously have assets there they don't want pilots going down and having a look at, right? And again, it says it's a notice. Now, unless you see an actual restriction or prohibited area, you might see a temporary flight restriction, TF4. They usually appear as red circles on your map, all right? But we can learn more about them another day. Here's a good opportunity to look at a different type of identifier. See this shape here, right? See this one here? This is a VOR TAC. So this is what I was telling you. This is used primarily for military navigation. We can still track at the very high frequency omnidirectional range, because we can see, you know, we've got a little compass rows around it. But it also uses TACAN, and we'll learn a little bit about that today. All right. So that's what our flight is going to look like. We are parked up here on the ground in our Cessna 172. But before we get going, well, we've a bit of ground to cover, right? I'll talk to you a little bit about my notes, and then we're going to watch a little video, and then we're going to go flying, right? This is brilliant. So, by the end of our kind of lesson today, the objective here is to describe the purpose of the components, be it a VOR, DME, ADF and TACAN, which are all part of the navigational aids. We'll also be able to operate the relevant instruments inside the aircraft, our HSI, maybe an ADF RMI, certainly our VOR instruments, right? We're going to be able to practice by intercepting and tracking the VOR inside the sim, right? And we'll understand the common errors and develop the best practice techniques. This can be done in any type of aircraft. You can follow VOR in helicopters, fixed wing, it doesn't matter. Once the aircraft is fitted with the equipment, you can do it, right? So it'll be fun. So VOR, what is it? Well, it's a ground-based radio navigation aid which transmits 360 radials or bearings that radiate outward from the station. The aircraft's receiver determines which radial it is on and whether flying that track will take it towards or away from the station. Each radial is referenced to magnetic north. VOR frequencies usually lie, well, they do lie between 108.0 and 1175.95 megahertz. They're the frequencies. So if someone said to you, yeah, tune to frequency, 122, you're not talking about VOR navigation anymore. The service volume depends on the station type, the terminal, low or high. And when a VOR is collected, or when a VOR is collated or joined with DME or a TACAN equipment, the facility is called a VOR DME or a VORTAC. So just know it's not always VOR. I could say, no, it's a VOR DME or it's a VORTAC station. All right. A VOR station transmits two 30 hertz signals. This is nice to know. An omnidirectional reference signal and a rotating directional signal. The phase difference between the signals tells the airborne receiver its bearing from the station. The result is displayed as a radial on a course deviation indicator, or CDI, or horizontal situation indicator, or your HSI. Because the signals travel in straight lines, the system is limited to line of sight, and the area directly above the station may cause erroneous indications known as the cone of confusion. So think on that for the moment. These are line of sight only radio communications. So let's say, for example, we wanted to fly to a VOR station, but there's a massive mountain between us and where we want to go. If the mountain is 8,000 feet high and we fly at 6,000 feet high, well, you know what's going to happen. The signal cannot go through the mountain. It won't even hop over the mountain. It's like the radio signal in your car. But if people still use radios in their car, it's all Spotify now. But if you know what I mean? So you're out of range almost, or it's blocked. The frequency just can't travel. All right? So just be aware of that. Identifying a VOR, pilots must verify that a VOR is operational by listening to its Morse code identifier. If you're tuned to what you think is the correct Jesus, there's buttons! That scared the life out of me. Where's me chat? It disappeared off my screen and I need to find it again. There was a button. Locate. Thank you very much indeed. You're very kind. Lakota with the super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you for explaining VOR. You're very welcome. Delighted to help. So if you tune into a VOR station and you're not hearing that Morse code, hello there. Well, it's telling you two things. One, you're possibly on the wrong frequency. It's telling you three things. One, you're on the wrong frequency. Two, you have a problem with your equipment. Or three, there's a problem with that VOR station. And that happens more times than you'd actually care to like. So many VOR stations tend to be out of action. There's one in Baldonnel I think it's back working now, but that's been out of action for years. Doesn't work. Water damage and rust and all this sort of stuff. So they're mechanical devices, and maintenance is quite expensive. And when you have, you know, the likes of the IAA or the FAA, and they're looking at these systems and the stations, they're thinking, why are we kind of, you know, pushing ourselves into reinvesting to maintain this equipment when it's almost becoming obsolete? The worry is, of course, and the reality, if for whatever reason someone somewhere presses the big red button that turns off, you know, global positioning satellites or global positioning systems, we're shagged. We need VOR there. You know what I mean? So it's important. Let me see. TTV Cannonball, good to see you, buddy. I am not a qualified pilot. I am not. Definitely not. Nor do I have the aspirations to be. Flight simming is what I do. I started PPL training. I've done ground school courses, but I'm not an instructor. What we do here, this is for the crack, and we'll use it in flight sim. I keep it as accurate as I can based on the information I get, but no, real world training, no. But thanks for asking. So that's the story. So identifying it. VORs transmit the ident on a 10-20 hertz tone. Most units also, some units transmit voice, and VORs without voice are designated as VORW. During maintenance, a test code might be transmitted. So let's say you've dialed into the frequency, but you hear something like this. You'll hear that a lot. Here's one for you. If you have, depends on where you live, if you have an old AM FM radio that you can manually dial in, put it into AM, go all the way down to the 8s, you'll start hearing this. Very faintly, because you're picking up a test signal. It's mad. You can actually do this. Jesus, I heard it. You can actually pick them up on your local band radios, which is nuts, right? So just be aware of it. Now, our course deviation indicator, your CDI, or your HSI in this case, well, the pilot rotates the omni-bearing selector, or your OBS, so we turn the dial, right, on the CDI to select the radial from or to, which is the bearing. So radial is from, bearing is to, a VOR. The vertical needle indicates the selected radial. When centered, the aircraft is on that radial. The CDI will indicate to the pilot that you're either flying to the right or flying to the left. Indicates whether following the selected course will take the aircraft forward towards the station or away, because we have a to or from flag, right? And to see what this looks like inside in the aircraft, right? Now, I've no power here, so it won't show me the flag. I wonder if I just turn on the battery. Hang on there now, lads. And we get some avionics on. So she's on GPS at the moment. Take it off GPS. So here's a little indicator here, and here's our OBS. So this is where we turn our radial. And inside this little ticket in here, it's called a flag. Now, if you get a red flag, it's not working. It could say TO, which means we're heading towards, or it could have FOR, which means we're flying from. So just be aware of that. That's where they live, all right? And we have a number of different ones. On this particular aircraft, we have 2 VOR indicators. We also have an ADF, and we have our heading indicator here as well, all right? So we'll jump back to that in a moment. So just be aware of it. Each dot on the CDI typically represents 2 degrees of deviation. Thus, at 30 miles, 1 dot equals about 1 mile of lateral displacement. VOR instruments, to use them, in effect, what we do, we turn the VOR or tune into the VOR frequency. We identify the station via Morse code, rotate our OBS to the desired radial or course, and confirm the appropriate from or to indication, and then we intercept that radial using an intercept angle, which is usually between 20 to 45 degrees. All right. We maintain the CDI centered by applying drift corrections, and drift corrections can come from a number of different things. They can come from magnetic deviation, they can come from the wind, right? There's a lot of things we need to aim off here. Well, I'm heading that direction, yeah, but you've 20 knots of wind pushing you this way, so you need to counter that. Okay. So we need to watch that. So distance measuring equipment, this is what makes it a little bit easier. If your VOR has a DME or distance measuring equipment, right, basically what it does, it provides slant range distance from the aircraft to a ground station. The airborne unit sends interrogation pulse pairs, almost like sonar. The ground transponder replies on a paired frequency, and the time delay is converted to distance. Beep. It's almost like sonar, right? One ping only for silly. DME operates on the 960 to 1215 megahertz band. It's reliable up to about 200 nautical miles, roughly, with accuracy of slightly better than half a nautical mile, or 3% of the distance. DME distance is measured in slant range, not horizontal range. The error becomes negligible when the aircraft is at least 1 nautical mile horizontal from the station for each 1,000 feet. But basically, just know the DME, the distance measuring equipment, it's fairly accurate, and you should be able to get it depending on the station and the land, the terrain, and weather conditions. All these things add to the frequency, right, or take away. It can work about 200 miles. A safe bet is usually 80. Maybe 90, depending on where you're flying. You could be flying towards 2 or 3 different VOR stations, and it just so happens, well, that town has a brand new receiver or transmitter, and it's actually stronger than the one that's closer to it. So there's loads of different factors. Again, don't worry about it. In flight sim and in the real world, you're going to be flying directly to various stations, so don't worry about it. All right. When a DME is paired with a VOR or a localizer, the DME ident modulated at 1350 Hz is transmitted once every 3 or 4 VOR identifications. So you're not getting a full, easy kind of clock down what's happening. All right. A single ident every 30 seconds indicates a standalone DME. Pilots should disregard any DME readout if the associated VOR or the ILS frequency does not have a DME. Because you could be tuned into someone else's. The DME is now coming across a different wave. So if you know, right, I'm tuned into a VOR DME at Dublin Airport, or I'm tuned into the VOR station at Baldonnel. Baldonnel doesn't have DME in it, or at least I don't think it had. So you'd be getting Dublins when you want Baldonnel, which is 12 miles south, this kind of stuff. All right. After tuning to the paired frequency, the DME displays distance in nautical miles, and often ground speed and how much time it will take you to get to the station when you're flying either to or from. DME is a requirement for IF4 above flight level 240 when using VOR navigation. So just remember that. DME arcs, well, they're flown by maintaining a constant distance. You might have heard of doing a DME arc. Basically an arc, semicircle, they want you to fly an arc, but how do you know at what distance or what angle or whatever? Well, they use distance measuring. They'll tell you, we want you to maintain 6 miles from this station. So you would fly a 6-mile DME arc. But as you're flying around it, you want to maintain 6 miles. If you just turn out of the way, well, you're going to go past 6 miles. So you're almost like hand railing it. You know what I mean? You're hand railing it. Keep the target, if you like, within 6 miles as you turn or traverse. You have to circle around it. Otherwise, you go beyond it. You know what I mean? Slant range rule of thumb. When you're flying directly overhead a DME, the indicated range equals the aircraft's altitude in thousands of feet. 1 nautical mile would be 6,000 feet. Thus, at 6,000 feet, the DME will show about 1 nautical mile, even though the aircraft is vertically above the station. Again, we won't worry too much, but just be aware of it. You're going to be getting a distance read, even though you're directly over it, depending on what your altitude is, for DME. Sometimes it might go to 0. Usually it'll just go to 1, right? So be aware of it. Then we get into the automatic direction finder and non-directional beacons. We spoke on this. Remember the light in the crane or the lighthouse? So a non-directional beacon, or NDB, it's a low or medium frequency radio beacon at a known location. The aircraft's automatic direction finder, or ADF, it uses a loop antenna to determine the bearing of the strongest signal and points a needle towards that station. The ADF therefore shows the relative bearing from the aircraft to the beacon. The pilot must then combine this with the magnetic heading to obtain the true direction to or from that station. ClearFlight notes that the non-directional beacon, NDB, is a radio transmitter in a fixed location on the ground, and the ADF needle will point toward it. Again, if we look in our aircraft, here's our NDB. If we tune in here's our ADF. If we tune in the NDB, well, this arrow here will point in a certain direction. And what we need to do then, right, we would sync this heading with our own heading, right? And we would say, well, we're currently flying our plane on a heading of 300 degrees, right? So this is how you do it. As you turn this gadget to 300 degrees, the needle will be pointing at the heading you should now turn to. So if we were flying on a heading of 300 and the needle is saying, well, if you want to get to that station, you need to turn to, what's that? 025. All right, we're going to start turning to 025. And the idea being then, if you look at this instrument, if the arrow pointing in the direction you're to go, this orange fellow, well, that's your airplane. The nose is at the front, the tail is at the bottom, right? So, and that's very easy. It's pointing it, go that way. Ah, okay, right? Problem with this is it's not as accurate, and it's on a medium frequency, meaning now you're talking buildings could interrupt some of the frequency here, not just mountains, all right? So just be aware of that. A fixed card relative bearing is here. That's our RBI, so we know that. A moving card allows the pilot to rotate the card so that the top of the instrument aligns to the aircraft's heading. That's what we have right here. After tuning the NDB frequency and verifying its Morse code identifier, the pilot can either home to the station by keeping the ADF needle on the nose, not accounting for wind, or track to the station by applying wind correction, keeping the needle offset such that the aircraft follows a straight course. As the aircraft approaches the NDB, the needle becomes very sensitive. When passing overhead, the needle will swing from the 12 to the 6 o'clock position. And when they mean sensitive, it starts doing all this. The needle is doing this sort of stuff. All right? Now, the limitations of an NDB and an ADF suffers from several sources of error. Thunderstorms can attract the ADF needle. Right? Terrain and coastlines can reflect signals, causing coastal refraction. Nighttime effects occur as the ionosphere changes, and low-powered NDBs have limited range, 15-30 miles maybe. Many ADF systems lack a failure flag, so pilots must check NOTAMs for NDB outages or the TST ident codes, and should use other aids to cross-check. So unlike our VOR stations, these are lesser, right? But they're still fun to follow, right? They're still fun. Call, welcome in. Now we get on to TACAN, which is your tactical air navigation. This is mainly used for military pilots, right? TACAN was developed for military forces to provide precise azimuth and distance information using a compact, transportable, ultra-high frequency system. Civilian VOR DME was considered unsuitable for naval operations, so TACAN was developed and later integrated within the FAA's VOR DME program, and that created the VORTAC facility. All right. Let me see. Colin, no, thank you very much indeed. 13 months, buddy. Cheers, man. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Are the beacons physically shown in the sim? Some of them are. Yeah. You can actually fly over VOR stations. Yep, they got them there. They're modelled. Sometimes you only see them as satellite, the images on the ground. Sometimes you see like a weird round building, but a lot of them are identifiable. All right. So, how the TACAN works, it uses ultra high frequency. So you have very high frequency, then you have ultra high frequency. You have all different frequencies in which we operate from. Think of your TV broadcasters, usually ultra high. Then you have your radio, right? Different types of medium. And then you have communications, GSM and satellite. You have all these different bands of communication. It's a fascinating subject. But anyway, TACAN uses ultra high frequency pulse systems that require specialized airborne equipment. It cannot be received, or it can't be received on a conventional VOR receiver. The airborne unit receives both azimuth, as in a bearing, and distance information. And in the TR mode, it provides bearing and distance, and while in standby, it provides bearing only. TACAN operates with 126 two-way channels, X and Y, giving 252 channels between 962 and 1213 megahertz. Don't worry too much about the numbers. Ground stations usually contain two transmitters. You have a primary and a standby to ensure reliability. Again, it's military. They have to plan for any eventuality. Now, the TACAN cannot transmit voice, and it does have limitations similar to your VOR DME. There is a cone of confusion. It exists directly over the station where azimuth information is no longer reliable. And the cone varies from 60 to 110 degrees, and it can span up to 18 miles across 30,000 feet. Therefore, holding at TACAN facilities are established using DME. Other limitations include co-channel interference when signals from multiple stations are received, and a potential 40-degree off-bearing error with older receivers. All right. So again, if you're looking at your charts to figuring out, well, where is there a TAC station that I can go in and have a look at, and you'll see the sort of frequencies then, right? So if we have a look here, here's a TAC. We can see the frequency is 116, but for the military, they would have a channel number, channel 110. So military aircraft, that's what they would tune into. They don't need to go on the civilian side. They'll use their own channels, but they have the equipment on board to be able to do that. Mac Vision, good morning. How are you, buddy? So, we shall move on. I'm going to show you a video now, but hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea. Again, radio navigation. This all we go way back before we had satellites, and this goes back to before there were satellites up there. Some of the earliest progressions, if you like, when it came to this sort of navigation, well, it happened by, by the very nature of the Second World War, where aircraft for the first time were now used comprehensively as weapons or transport, logistics, support, all this kind of stuff. And apart from flying during the day, think of the old biplanes. They'd look down, they'd no instruments, right? Very rudimentary. By the time you get into the Second World War, you have things now like nighttime flying, cross-country navigation. Aircraft are developing, they're evolving, right? They can fly longer, faster and higher, and they're also not as susceptible to bad weather. But that creates now a problem. Yes, I can fly my aircraft in bad weather. It's capable of flying in bad weather, but I can't navigate it. I've bad weather, right? So both the Allies and the Axis came up with their own ways of figuring out, well, how do we work and how do we figure this one out? The Germans had a great system. I forget the actual name of it, but basically they used radio transmitters to send out a dash on one side of an arc, right? And the louder that dash was means, well, you're closer to that side. And on the other side of this arc, they used a dot. And, the louder the dot was, you were closer to that side. However, if you were right in the middle of the beep, 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 and the beep, 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 right? In the middle, when you'd listen into your navigation equipment, it would be a continuous line. Beep. And that's what they'd listen to know when I'm bang on the money here. I'm flying exactly where I want to fly. The Germans came up with that concept. On the Allied side, they used pretty much NDBs, and they were built on what was called the Rebecca and Eureka systems. The Rebecca and Eureka, you often see those mad looking antennas on the side of the old bombers and C-47s, you know, like these mad aerials, there's loads of them. They're all part of the Rebecca Eureka system, whereby your ground troops, advance party, right, your what do they call them, the route, there's a name for them.
Hello there.
What's the word I'm looking for? You know the one I'm looking for. They're not plotters, they're the... Oh, Jesus. What's the name of them? Pathfinders, right? Well, they'd go off, land, or paratroop, whatever, set up the transmitters, right? And then when the aircraft are then flying towards it, they would tune into the frequency, they'd pick up the, like sonar, it's over there, and then they would navigate towards it. That was the birth of all of this. That's where all of this started. So instead of having, you know, Pathfinders land at every airport in the world and put a little, you know, beacon, they built these beacons, NDBs, VORs, and so on. It was kind of fascinating to see, well, this is how it all evolved. Today, of course, well, we have satellite. And the satellite, it isn't just one satellite. There's hundreds of, thousands of them probably up there. And they're able to geosync your position down to within a meter. Like 3 feet in any direction. Yeah, I think so, Commander Polish. Yeah, the SON system. Yeah, I think so. It's very, very good. And like, it's gas. When you look at what the Germans had used, and that was mixed in what the Allies were using, and that's, you know, that's where we get the Morse code identifiers and understanding where we are. It's very, very interesting stuff, you know. So before we had any of that, radio navigation aids then, such as your VOR, DME, ADF, and TACAN. This is, before we had satellite, these are the nav aids that guided pilots. And think about it, when the satellite navigation only really started, what are we talking? There was bits of it in the 70s, but kind of the late 80s, 90s, that's only when this thing really started to come to life, right? And then from the 20s onwards, well, now look at any procedure you fly in an aircraft. Look at your car. When was the last time someone pulled out a map? You use your phone now, right? So before we had GPS, this was how pilots could navigate using their instruments, which means they could fly at nighttime, fly in bad weather, right? Because if they didn't have those instruments, you couldn't go out in bad weather. You couldn't go out at nighttime because you can't see. Some of the historic US mail routes, actually, it's like something out of Lord of the Rings. They used to light fires, beacons on the ground every 20 miles or 40 miles. So a pilot flying at nighttime would literally see a burning fire ahead. Oh, I'm going this way. That's how navigation used to happen. It's mad, right? But anyway, that's the story. However, the important thing about this, even though a lot of these aids are being decommissioned, VOR and NDBs, they're being, yeah, we don't need them anymore. They are still a requirement for instrument rated pilots. So when it comes to your training, real world or in the sim, you need to know this. It's something you need to know, all right? And also, if you ever had a GPS failure on your aircraft, now you have a backup. If the GPS system for whatever reason went down, you have a backup, right? And that's the idea. So, any questions so far, lads? As I said, we're going to look at a video, and in the video he's going to show you you know, how to use, what to use, and all this jazz. And then we're going to do it ourselves, right? We're going to fly this ourselves, right? Roy says, back in the 90s, I applied for the Dutch Air Force, and one of the tests was the system you described. Different sounds at different sides of the headset. If a sound was left, I had a yellow button. On the right, pressing the read button. If in the middle, you press both. It went faster and faster. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Yeah. Absolutely nuts. It's absolutely nuts. So I have a video to watch it, and a shout out to Free Pilot Training. I've watched a lot of this guy's content because I like his style. He can just explain things to you, and he's a ton of videos. So do be sure to check out his channel. Drop him a subscribe, right? Because it's very, very good stuff, and it's very applicable to real world and flight simulation as well. Now, the usual caveats, you know, you don't get into a real plane because you've watched YouTube videos. Like, Two things need to happen to you if you do that. You get a kick in the ass and then like a slap, right? Common sense prevails. We want to learn a new thing, but like, just bear in mind, there are established schools, training centers that will certify you. You won't be self-certified here. So just be aware of that. So, not real pilot, not real trainer. You know what I mean? Because some people say, that Murphy fella showed me how to do it, and that's why I crashed. Right. So we're going to watch this video, grab a cup of tea, and this is how we're going to understand VORs. And in the video, he's going to go through what they are, how they work, and all this sort of jazz. Then afterwards, we're going to go off and do it ourselves. But I want your help as we do it, right? Any questions? Brilliant. Right, we'll go off and watch this, and I'll see you in a mo.
Welcome to Free Pilot Training. If you're struggling with learning how to use VORs, you will understand them after this video, or you'll get your money back from this training.
I thought this was free pilot training.
Exactly.
VORs are confusing for everyone when we first start training to be pilots, and a lot of instructors make things worse when they pass out these little drawings that might help you out on the written test, but make it more confusing when you get in the airplane. But if I can get you to understand just a few basic things, you'll see just how easy these VORs are to use and that you don't need these stupid drawings. The first one of these basic things is the difference in heading and bearing. These are two different things. When we talk about bearing, that's my position in relation to the position of something else. For example, let's say I wanted to identify my position off this VOR, and my airplane's down here. Now let's say if I want to fly to the station, I have to fly a course of 300, and that's a west-northwest course. 300 is my bearing to the station, and it doesn't matter what my heading is. The heading of my airplane could be turned all the way in the opposite direction, and my bearing to the station would still be 300 degrees. And that's because that's the course I need to fly in order to go to the station. With that in mind, sometimes you'll need to know your bearing from the station. If someone else had to fly from the station to your position, what course would they fly? In this example, the course from the station to my position is 120, so that's my bearing from the station. And once again, it does not matter what your heading is. It's the course that you would fly from the station to your position. Okay, so why am I telling you all this? VORs only give bearing to and from the station. They don't have anything to do with heading whatsoever. And understanding that is the first step in making VORs easy to use. VOR stands for VHF Omnidirectional Range, and that VHF stands for Very High Frequency Radio. And that just means these things operate off of radio waves. And we use the nav-aid radios in the plane to pick up that signal from the VORs. And in most planes, you tune these in just like you would the comm radios, meaning the radios we talk on.
So the first step in using a VOR is to tune the frequency in on the nav-aid radios. So today, my frequency over here at Bartlesville is 117.9er. So I'll tune that in right here, 117.9er on the nav-aid radios. 117.9er, and then I'll switch it over here to the active frequency. On this particular aircraft, this nav-aid radio is tied to this VOR right here, and this nav-aid radio is tied into this one.
Now that we've tuned in the frequency, we can make sure that we're on the right frequency one of two ways. Every VOR is coded with a 3-letter identifier. As you can see here, this one is Bravo Victor Oscar. On some newer aircraft, when you tune the frequency in correctly, these letters will also be displayed. On older aircraft like mine, you can actually turn the sound on your nav-aid radios and listen to this Morse code identifier right here. Now, I'm not saying that you need to learn Morse code. All I'm saying is that this is a great way to make sure that you're getting the right signal. Okay, so now let's talk about how these VORs work for just a second. These guys broadcast radio signals all the way around the station, and these radio signals are aligned with magnetic courses from the station. We call these individual radio signals radials, and there's 360 of them to match the 360 degrees on a compass. Sorry, I'm not going to draw all 360 of them for you here. I don't like you guys that much. Alright, pop quiz time. Let's say I'm flying my Cessna 172 out here, and I'm on top of the 070 radial. What's my bearing from the station? Remember, we said that these radials are aligned with magnetic courses from the station, so that would mean our bearing is 070 from the station. And now you're starting to see just how easy this is. But now comes the part that instructors don't explain too well. And because of that, everyone has a hard time with these things. All these radials only broadcast from the station. None of these radials broadcast to the station. Because of that, if I'm out here on the 090 radial from the station, I can't use this radial to fly to the station. I would have to pick one of these radials on the other side of the station and use that signal to fly to the station. And if you tune those radials in on the other side of the station, your airplane will actually sense those radials on the side you're on as well. And I'm going to simplify this even more for you in a second, but for now, I've got a memory aid for you. To go to the station, you must go through the station. And what I mean by that is to go through the station to a radial on the other side. And this memory aid can also be used to help you find your bearing to the station. For example, if I'm out here on the 060 radial, the radial on the opposite end of the station is 240. For my bearing to the station, I went through the station to 240. And it's really easy to come up with those reciprocals by either adding or subtracting 180 or just simply looking at the other side of your compass card. Alright, so now let's take a look at the to from indicator. We're going to use this guy to determine whether the course we selected is going to take us to the station or from the station. And to select a specific course, we can rotate this OBS knob on the course deviation indicator, or the CDI. Okay, so let's say I'm flying somewhere east of the station and I dial in the 090 radial. Would I get a to or a from indication? The answer is, you'll get a from indication, and that's because if you intercept and fly any of these radials on your side of the VOR, they'll take you away from the station. In fact, if you're within 90 degrees of that radial you have selected, you will always get a from indication. So that from indicator not only allows you to fly a course from the station, but you can also find your bearing from the station. Let's say I have the 110 radial dialed in. If I'm receiving a from indication and my CDI needle is centered, then I know for 100% fact that I'm on the 110 radial. Now don't worry, we'll talk a little bit more about the needle here in just a second. Now let's say I'm over here on the west side of the station and I spin the 090 course back in my CDI. In this example, I should expect a to indication. Remember how I said earlier that there are no radials going to the station? If I want to get a to indication on my CDI, I have to go through the station to those radials on the other side. And like I said before, my airplane's actually going to be able to sense these radials on my side of the station. And that's going to allow me to intercept that 090 course inbound before I fly over the station, then proceed outbound. The technical wording here is that the course I've selected will take me to the station. And if you noticed, as soon as we crossed over the station, the indicator flipped and is now giving us a from indication. And that's because we're on the same side of the station as that 090 radial, and the course we've selected is now taking us from the station. Now here's something kind of weird that happens sometimes. Let's say I've dialed in a course of 180. What would happen if I'm on a radial exactly 90 degrees off of the course I have selected? Before you answer that question, I want you to think about something. Is this course I have selected going to take me to the station or from the station? Well, the airplane thinks you're exactly in the middle of both indications, so what it gives you is something called a neutral flag. Some older CDIs don't have a neutral flag, they just don't display a to or from indication. But anytime you get this indication, that means you're exactly 90 degrees off the radial you have selected. But if I'm 90 degrees off the radial I have selected, am I right here or am I over here? And this brings us into a discussion on the CDI needle. And you're going to be amazed at how easy this is to understand. To do that, let's take a closer look at the course deviation indicator. When you use these CDIs, you should imagine your airplane being right in the center of these things. Then, the course you want to fly is the white needle. And as you can see from this example, the needle is displaced to the left. That means I'm right of course. In this example, I'm left of course because the needle is displaced to the right of my position. Now here's why everyone always gets confused with these things. In this example, I've got the 210 radial dialed in, and as you can see, I've got a to indication, so that means I'm somewhere back here on the other side of the station. And now you're probably thinking, well, this needle doesn't make any sense. According to what you just told me, I should be on the left side of this line, but I'm actually on the right side. What's the deal here? Remember what I told you earlier. VORs have nothing to do with heading, and your CDI doesn't know your heading. All it knows is that you put a 210 course in there, and that radial only goes one direction. So in order for that CDI needle to be accurate, you need to turn your aircraft and point it in the same direction that that radial is traveling. If you're not able to turn the airplane for one reason or another, or you're doing this on the written test, just imagine your airplane turning to the correct heading. And that's going to make this super easy. Because if you're out here trucking in the opposite direction that you have this radial set, this CDI needle is going to work backwards, and we call this reverse sensing. Let's look at another one of these. Let's say I still have the 210 radial set, but now I'm getting a from indication. Okay, so with the from indication, I know I'm on the same side of the VOR as this radial. Now, let's imagine our airplane on a 210 heading, and it looks to me like we're right of course, so let's move this airplane over to the right. And now we have a pretty good idea of where we are. And now I know that if I want to get back on my 210 course, I just have to turn left a little bit and intercept that radial. Let's look at another CDI that's not giving us a to or from indication. As we said before, this is giving a neutral indication, and that just means we're exactly 90 degrees from the radial we have selected. On this particular CDI, I have the 030 radial selected, so am I over here or am I down here? Just remember what I said to do. Turn your airplane and put it on a heading that matches the course on the CDI. Once you do that, it'll be obvious that this airplane down here is you. And that's because the needle is displaced to the left, just like the course you want to fly. Now let's take a look at how you're going to get asked some of these questions on the written test, and we'll look at some examples in the airplane. What's my bearing from the Topeka VORTAC if my CDI looks like this? Well, I can see that I had the 030 course selected, and I'm also getting a from indication. And because my CDI is centered, I know that I'm exactly on the 030 radial. So let's grab our plotter and draw a line straight from the VORTAC through the 030 radial. And now we know for sure that we're somewhere on this red line. Now they're going to try to trip you up with this question. If you're getting this CDI reading, what radial are you on? Well, as you can see, this CDI is giving us a to indication when we really need a from indication in order to know the radial that we're on. And because of that, the radial that we're on is on the opposite side of this to indication. So oddly enough, we're still on the 030 radial in this example. But if I want to get a from indication, all I have to do is spin this OBS knob all the way around until the 030 course is at the top of the CDI. Alright guys, here's another hard one. Which one of these airplanes am I in if this is the indication I'm getting? Alright, so I've got the 210 radial selected, and I'm getting a to indication. And if I want to go to the station, I need to go through the station to those radials on the other side. So right now, both these airplanes are on the correct side of the station. Let's go ahead and imagine both of these on a 210 heading. Then we'll go ahead and draw our 210 course inbound. And as you can see, the needle is displaced to the left, so this airplane right here is the obvious choice. Let's go play around with these in the airplane a little bit now.
Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to see where we are from the station. So in order to do that, we need to get a from indication. As you can see here, I've got a to indication, so we need to get a from indication. So we'll spin us around. And if you look at the VFR sectional, you'll see that we're approximately east-southeast from the station, so let's put that in the VOR and see what that gives us. There it is. Now we'll just center up the needle. So as you can see here, we are on the 110 radial roughly from the station. Okay? So that's the radial we are on from the station.
Real quick, I just want to point out that Mike's actually flying a heading of about 280 right now, and that's actually the opposite direction of the course we have selected, and because of that, our CDI is actually reverse sensing here. So in order to get the CDI needle to give us good left to right indications, we need to either turn around and fly a course of 295 here, or we need to dial in a to indication.
So in this case, we're to the left of our course. In this case, we're to the right of our course. Now, if I want to go to the station, I need to go through the station. So I'll put this on the other side. So it should be the reciprocal of that. And you can just go slow until you get a to indication.
Yeah, I hear you now, loud and clear.
So now that I'm on this radial to the station, if I fly a course of 290, that will take us to the station. So go ahead and fly 290 for me. All right, so now, if we were in zero wind situation, then we would be going directly to the station. And from now, we could just fly this course and follow our white line. If the white line deflects to the left there, that means we're right of course. If the white line deflects to the right, that means we're left of course. And so we're just trying to keep this centered. The heading we're flying is going to be all depending on our wind direction.
Next, let's look at how we can use two VORs to find our exact position on a sectional. We call this triangulating our position. Pick one of the stations and find your bearing from the station. In this example, once again, it looks like I'm on the 030 radial from the station. Now that you know that, turn and fly the 030 course outbound. This is going to allow you to stay on that radial and make this more accurate. Then let's tune in another VOR that's close by and get our bearing from that station. Let's say we were getting a 275 from the station. Now we know exactly where we're at. And now you can pull out your plotter or that stupid little scale on the FAA's exam and find out exactly how far you are from the nearest field. Now I'll show you how I do this in the airplane using ForeFlight.
Alright, so first thing we're going to do here is we're going to get a from indication. So you just spin it around. And I know I'm east of the station, so I'm just going to spin it until we get a from indication, and I'm going to line it up. Once we line it up, we're going to go ahead and turn and fly that heading. Go ahead and turn and fly us on a, be like a 105 heading. Nice, got us in a turn here. And you can see we're getting off course a little bit, but that's because we're making a turn right now. We'll combat that here in just a second.
105?
Yeah, 105, so somewhere in there. Roll out, and you can see that we're slightly right of course, and that's because we made a left turn around our course there. So now, if he just gets a little bit left, he can intercept that course. Now, we can use this other VOR to triangulate our position off of. I'm going to use the Tulsa VOR, 114.4. Alright, so now I'm going to tune in the Tulsa VOR, 114.4. Slap that in there, and you can see I'm getting a from indication here. And I know I'm like northeast of the station, so I'm just going to spin this other guy until I triangulate our position here. And Mike's doing a good job of keeping us centered on this from indication here. So now, I've triangulated our position. We're on a 105 from the Bartlesville station, and then we're on a 025 from this station right here, the Tulsa station. And now we know exactly where we are.
And that's how easy it is to find your exact position by using two VORs. But what if my equipment's not working properly? How would I know? There's actually a few ways you can test your equipment, but one in particular they're probably going to ask you about on the written exam. This is the VOT, which stands for Very High Frequency Omni Test. These things work almost exactly like a VOR. They also broadcast radials all the way around the station with one minor difference. No matter what your bearing is from the station, these radials are all 360 radials. So no matter where my airplane is, what would happen if I dialed in a 360 course? You're absolutely right, you would get a from indication. Then if we dialed in the reciprocal, which is 180, then what would we get? You guessed it, we'd get a to indication. Usually, you'll find these close to bigger airports, and if you want to know the frequency, you just have to check in the chart supplement. Looks like Tulsa International has one, and I could use that by tuning in the frequency 109.0. Thanks for joining me today on Free Pilot Training. If you learned something from this video, that's awesome.
Do check out his channel. He's got a load of content there, and hopefully that makes sense to you. And we're going to do this ourselves in the sim, right? But hopefully that explained, I think, an easier way of figuring out, It's not actually too bad to follow. We can do a lot more complex stuff here when we talk about DME arcs. We can do more stuff when it comes to, our automatic direction finder. For this, we're just going to be tracking towards station to station. And we might see, can we do a bit of triangulation? Because that's always cool to figure out, this is exactly where I am in the map, right? So we'll try this now in the sim. Now, there's other stuff we can go off and look at. There's tons of information online, explaining how everything works, why it works. So if you prefer kind of reading more so than watching videos on it, there's tons of information there, right? So I'll share this one with you. This is European stuff. It's from Romania, actually. But have a gawk at that and see if that helps as well, all right? So in the sim, where I left us, here's our Cessna 172. And if we bring back up Navigraph, this is going to show us what we're planning to do. So we want to be taking off from South Arkansas. Now we have a couple of things we can do. We can track away from this station, head away from the station, so we can dial in the VOR here and fly outbound. And then we'll be planning to fly inbound. Or more than likely what we'll do, we'll just fly inbound because it looks relatively close. It's like, it's 70 odd miles away. So once we start flying, we'll know roughly. We should be able to tune into this frequency. So our first frequency we need to be aware of is going to be that of the Pine Bluff VOR. Now, we don't necessarily want to go directly to the station. We actually want to go to the airport just before it. So how do we figure this one out? Well, if we didn't have the airport, we know that we're going to be heading towards the VOR station, right? So it's the old rule of thumb. You have 360 degrees. If you want to go to the opposite direction, it's plus or minus 180 degrees, all right? So if you have a 0, 9, or 0, you add, or you take away, it doesn't matter, but you add your 180, that'll give you the opposite to it, all right? So what we can do, we can track towards it. We can then measure the distance. On our chart, we can see, well, the airport is roughly 4 miles directly south. So we can say, right, when we're at about 10 miles DME from this VOR, that's when we can say, well, right, depending on the runway we're going to use up at Pine Bluff, well, that's going to give us an indication to where we want to go. Some airports have the VOR stations right on the field. They're right there. Others, they're out the road a bit. They could be up on a hill nearby, right? It all depends on the airport. Papa Justify is here. Good to see you. So for this one, we're going to be tracking and then we're going to head for Pine Bluff. So we'll know roughly, directly or almost directly south, we're going to be looking at, we're going to be looking for, the 180 is outbound. So remember what he said, we want to fly through it, okay? So for us to fly through it, well, we want to get ourselves onto the 360 when we're roughly 10 miles out. So we now know, right, what we need to do is something. If we're going to be tracking, what's our, let me see, that's going to be on the radial of 1819200, or in this case, it's going to be about 4, right? Roughly. We'll dial this in and we get an idea. So once we know when we're about 10 miles DME from it, we'll want to then change our CDI so that we intercept the 360 radial. Make sense? Okay, let's see what happens. So here we are with our Cessna. We're going to go and get this aircraft into action. And I've, this is live weather, but I've purposely gone with this because, well, it's not necessarily, well, this is marginal VFR. It depends on what that ceiling is for cloud. But this is what we're going to go for now. All right. So to get ourselves started on this machine, we want to do a couple of things. So we're going to say remove the chock, speedo, our KELD plugs and our tie downs. Let's just double check our fuel on board as well. Weight and balance, we'll go to fuel. We got 50%. We'll top it up to 80% for our flight for today. All right. And we'll go ahead and horse that in. Load the aircraft and that's all done. So pre-flight, right? We've walked around the airplane. We've checked all our stuff, all as well. We're going to turn on our fuel tanks, get our fuel shut-off valve pushed in. Flap handles in the up position. We'll go ahead and turn on the battery. And we'll get our beacon and we'll get our nav lights on. Battery and alternator switches are on. And we're going to prime the engine here. All right. So to do that, we're going to go mixture fully rich. We're going to open our throttle here about 1/4 of an inch and we're going to turn on that fuel pump. And what we're looking for here is movement on our fuel flow. There it is. We got a positive read on our fuel flow. And consider the engine primed. And we're going to go for start. So we're going to go on the mags, right, left, both. And we'll say clear prop. And then we want to go for an out start. So we'll give it a blast. This seems to be an issue, unfortunately, with the WBSim in Flight Sim. Right, recharge the battery and start. Alright. With oil pressure, oil temperature will come up now in a moment. Keep our RPM up around 1000 RPM. We're going to reduce some of that mixture so we're not building up carbon. And now we'll turn on our avionics bus 1 and 2. Alright, so avionics are coming alive. Our lights are okay for the moment. We can see on our engine instruments what's happening. Fuel is good. EGT, fuel flow is where it needs to be. Oil temperature is very low, so we're not going anywhere yet. Oil pressure is reading good. Suction is working, and our amp meter is in a discharge state. That should be recharging. Double check our circuit breakers. I'm hoping that comes back. There we go. So the alternator circuit breaker was actually pulled out. I wasn't getting a recharge. See the way I can look here? It's now recharging. This circuit breaker here for our alternator was pulled out, and that's why I was just getting a drain on my battery. So I think that's a fault with the aircraft default. It kind of starts off, right? So circuit breakers are grand, and we'll just let that engine warm up. Now we want to reset to local baro, and we'll get our instruments turned on here as well. Now here's our ADF, NDB. Not worried about that. We are, however, worried about our nav. So we're going to be looking at COM or VLOC. We're looking at VLOC, so this is going to be our nav radio. The top one, that's going to be this top instrument. The bottom one is going to be the bottom instrument. All right. And again, this is currently turned on GPS. We'll turn it on to VLOC, and now we're laughing. So our first VOR, we can grab the frequency from Navigraph. We'll go over have a look. So the first frequency we're looking for, Pine Bluff 116.0. 116.0. All right. So we'll come down here, and we're looking for 1160. You can do it, Chief. Sometimes it wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. 1160. So that's now the active frequency, 1160. Alright. Usually you press this button, you can hop between them. Don't know why it's not working. We got our volume up here as well. And we're going to be listening out. We're going to tick this little nav button because I want to be able to hear the identifier once we get airborne. Now, I can't see it at the moment, right? And we're not going to be using our GPS to fly us, so we'll just keep an eye on it. Our initial bearing, looking at our map, whatever runway we take off from, when we know we want to be heading roughly towards that VOR, and from this airport, it's going to be roughly on a heading of about 037. So we'll go ahead and horse a 037 over here. Make sure that your HSI is coordinated, your heading indicator is coordinated with your mag compass here as well. Right, so oil pressure is still low, but we can taxi, and we'll warm up the engine along the way. Outside air temperature is... where's my thermostat? 17 degrees. We probably don't need our pedo, right? So, where are we taxiing to? Looks like runway 22 is what we're after, based on the wind. There's Shuller Pilot flying with us. Best winds at this airport at the moment. Winds are calm. That doesn't look terribly calm, so we just want to watch that. So we're going to be going for runway 22 for our departure. That's what we'll take off. Alright. Any nav aid beyond the humble NDB are the product of Beelzebub, right? Right, so we're going to come off the brakes. Roll forward. And just watch that temperature. We want that to build up here over the next few moments. We'll squawk VFR for the crack. So looking at the wind on the ground, yeah, it's definitely going to be runway 22. So we now know our main instruments we're going to be following, right? And we're also going to be looking then for DME information that we should see it up here, all right?
Hello there.
We should see it up here. There's information we can see on this GNS unit, but we'll worry about all that now in a moment, right? Daniel, welcome in. Okay, so we'll hang a left here, and then we'll go down and hang a right. And all the while, we're just letting our oil temperature come up here, because that's all simulated very well in the WBSim aircraft. It's very, very good. Easy now. I'll hang a right here. And this is taxiway. It should be Delta. Now as we cross an active runway, we're going to head and pop on the strobes. We're clear. We'll continue. Beautiful. So we're heading up to the PBF VOR, the identifier. All right. Now I'm trying to think. Do we have headphone simulation on this machine? I thought we had. On the WBSim. I thought we had. Anyway, it's not important. We will still be able to listen in, right? As I'm taxiing like an absolute mad devil. Slow it down there now, Murphy. With your 18 knots in a little Cessna. You mad? Easy now. Alright, so oil temperature almost in the green. We'll do a run-up test here before we blast on out. As we're moving here, we'll be testing our flight controls, making sure they're free and correct. And again, we can have a quick look around just to make sure we can see ailerons moving. Yeah, we're looking good there. And we're looking good there. Alright. There was another B-17 update today. Oh, nice. Thanks, Dougal. Alright, so we're going to just turn our aircraft here into the wind. Roughly. Right, that'll kind of half do it. On with the park and brake. Mixture goes to full rich. We're going to increase our RPM now. We're almost in the green. So we're going to bring it up to about 1800 RPM. There's 16, 17. And there's 18. Okay, so we'll do a mag test. We'll go over to the left mag. We're looking for a drop of about 100. That's a little bit more than 100. Back to both. Try the right mag. Okay, so our left mag is not as good as our right. See the drop on the left? Okay, so what we'll do, we're going to lean out our mixture to burn off some of that carbon. And we know the engine is still cold. Now let's see if that fixes it. Alright, that's a bit better. Okie dokie, I have no carb heat or whatever to worry about. We'll put our takeoff trim set to takeoff. Landing lights coming on, strobes are already on. And that's us kind of snorted. Altitude, we can go ahead and use this. We can set, what do we say, about 4,000? We set 4,000 feet, alright. So quick check out the runway here to the right. Is Schuller in? So he's at 1,000 feet, 2 miles. If he had ATC, this would be easier. Alright, oil temperature is now coming into the green. It just means now we're okay to use kind of full power. We're not going to damage anything, you know. So it's the WBSim mod for the Cessna 172. They don't make it anymore, unfortunately. If you had it in 2020, it works in 24 with a bit of jiggery pokery. It was good. Okay, so our direction to or from. Well, we know we want to head roughly to a heading of about 030. So when we take off, we're going to hang to the right. So don't need flaps to take off here. Altitude's looking good. Let's go flying. Alright, takeoff power set. A little bit skittish. Airspeed's alive. And we're going to be looking for about 55. There it is. Yep, see daisy. Alright, we got a positive rate of climb. We're indicating the climb. And we'll head her on. You're on final, Schuller? Ah, you're miles behind, it's grand. Alright. So over 300 feet, we're not using any flaps. So we'll just get a little bit of trim here. You're going to be pitching for around 80 knots. 75 to 80 knots is fine in the little Cessna. And we're going to be hanging around to the right here now in a moment. We'll start some turns. Now, we are blessed with an autopilot, so we're going to use an autopilot. So let me see, we're at 1,000 feet here at the minute. We'll go ahead and set up heading mode. We're going to arm 4,000. We're going to set this to climb. Heading mode, altitude, arm, and we want to climb at, where now, Betsy? About 700 feet a minute. Easy now, plane. Okay, so what we're going to be looking for here now is, well, are we picking up this signal, right? So at the moment we're not. So we'll continue over to that 030 neck of the woods as we climb. Roughly there. Make sure she's on V-lock. Okay, we're climbing well, about 90 knots here. RPM is okay, we're at 2,000. We probably don't need 4, but we'll go up a little bit more just to make sure we're well clear of anything on the ground. An HOA Cessna would be lovely. Oh yeah. AI Creations TV, welcome aboard. Yeah, that'd be, if HOA brought out a Cessna, I'd be happy as a pig in the variable. Okay, so with that frequency tuned in, make sure we're tuned into the right place. 116. Now if we want, we can tune in to the El Dorado. There's going to be 1155, so we can do that over here, look. So 1155. And we're getting information here. So we're going to be outbound. We're getting a from, or to, so we want a from. Okay, so we're tracking away from that station. We've new weather now, that's what we wanted, we're in the clouds. So this guy here, 116.0, this is purely a range, 1160. So what we're looking for here, to give us an idea, I can't yet track our inbound, right? I can't see it, it's not coming up my instruments, but I can track our outbound, the VOR that we're just leaving, right? So to give us an idea of where we are, or how far we are from that, right? What we can do we can head outbound on a particular radial to make sure that stick to its radial outbound. So to do this, we can say we need to be outbound on, looking at my chart, 2.2, right? So I'll head up where north is. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 2.2. So what we're waiting for here is going to be this guy to turn us in. So we'll turn to intercept. And then all the while we're waiting for 1160 to dial in there. Now there's no ADF that we can play with here, so we'll just have to wait and see. Now 4,000, we should level off. There we go. And then we'll just set ourselves up for some cruise power. So we're no longer climbing, bring it back to about 2,400. We're over 3,000 feet, so we want to do a little bit of mixture. And we can track our mixture now from our EGT and also RPM. So we've got slightly richer peak. That's looking good. I'm surprised this guy hasn't come alive yet. Now another way to do this would be, what do we say, 03, so we 22 something. 02. Right. That should be moving us in. Right, 01, 02, 02 and 2. So we want to be going, we're about 07 on our heading at the moment. Here's our needle starting to come in to let us know we're now approaching this outbound, right? So once this guy starts lining up, we need to turn our heading, which is this guy, to make sure we're flying the same. So when you're about 5 degrees out, you'll start your turn. So let's start turning now. So we want to head to about 023. So here's our turn, 023, and we're just hopefully this guy will start lining up. If not, we'll turn into it. So it's too far out, so we'll turn back into it to get this perfectly lined up. We're still waiting for our main VOR to come into range. At the moment, we don't have it. So we'll do another small little turn in. And what we're looking for here, we're trying to get this guy dead centered, because what it's going to show us, it's going to be showing us the outbound from where we left. So we took off from here, but see this VOR circle, I've now dialed in to say, well look, I can't pick up our inbound, but I can get the outbound. So I want to fly on a particular radial out of this, right? That's going to bring me towards the next station. So that's what I'm doing here. So when this guy perfectly aligns, now we change our heading to make sure all is well. And we might have to aim off a little bit for wind, right? So there's the 02. That's looking pretty good-ish, right? So at least now we know we're flying away from that other area, right? Now in terms of getting our distance from the other place, I can get it from within the unit here. Let's see here now. Okay. This is the ticket we want. And we can see its distance, the radial. But why it's not shown on this instrument is a little bit worrying. You can't like tap the glass in this. Double check your circuit breakers in case I press this button. They're all okay. They're all okay. Alright, we wait. Let the unit turn back on. Maybe there was an issue with it. Airspeed is okay. We're doing 110. Let this unit come up. And again, we're going to be listening into our nav frequencies for this. So as soon as we pick it up, we'll hear the identifier. So the frequency toward the VOR should be 116.0. 1160. That's what we have dialed in. So there's our 116. Our active is on 116. We'll put in our standby as well. So both have it. So we continue to fly. We are tracking correctly on this guy, right? So I know where I am. I know that I'm heading outbound. This is the ticket we want to head inbound. We're just not getting any information off it yet. Now it's 60 miles away. I mean, there's cloud maybe, right? In terms of like mountains, shouldn't be. I mean, we should be above anything at this altitude. So we'll wait until we're probably within kind of 45, 50 miles. We should be able to get it. Hey, Iceberg, good to see it. And like, not every station in the sim is gonna, you're not gonna be able to detect it at a very specific range. Some of them you might pick up at 30, some you pick up at 60, some you pick up at 80. Depends on a lot of things. But right now we're flying okay. Temperatures and pressures are all good. EGT is good. That's our optimum right there. Fuel is okay. Fuel flow about 9 gallons an hour. We can reduce that. But for the moment, we're going okay, and we're getting about 100 and odd knots. So Iceberg, you're reading from that actual station, its range is 40 miles. Perfect. So again, you can get more information by looking up additional information on the nav aid, right? What is the range? They vary. It could be an old transmitter, it could be an older, there could be a newer one close by. So 40 miles according to Little Nav Map. We know in the real world, VOR stations can go up as far as 199 nautical miles, provided there's nothing solar flares interrupted it as well. Think about anything to do with frequency. Do you know what I mean? So we'll keep on trucking. We know we're bang on our outbound, leaving the El Dorado VOR, right? Or it could be out of order. Well, that's what we're looking for. So if we don't get any reading here within kind of 40 miles or so, well, then we know the VOR station doesn't work. Now in terms of our engine, our speed is good. RPM 2400. I mean, that's okay. We're not pushing too hard. Slow down a wee bit. Well, I'm doing, what am I doing? 105? 110? We can slow it down a bit. Now we can cycle these frequencies just to be sure that, you know, give it a small offset. Because we're just expecting it to light up onto our onto this guy here. But we wait. We're slightly to the right on that radial, but again, nothing to worry about. There's no ADF frequencies in range that I can see, or NDBs. Now the advantage, of course, you know, it's marginal VFR here as well. So like, I mean, you can be looking at landmarks and stuff on the ground to help you. And the idea behind using VOR today is to assist us when we're flying VFR, because you know you can tune in your VOR stuff and away you go. Right? The headings and whatnot that I'm getting from, well, it's based on VOR navigation. The station that's behind us, we're flying away from it, and I'm trying to pick up the next station out towards us. I'm just surprised I haven't seen any indication here yet. What I could do is make sure the unit is working. So let's do an L process of elimination. 115.5. So so I now know it's working. We're 22 miles away from where we've left, so I know it works. So we'll put back in our 116, and it's just not picking it up here yet. So I'm happy. Section will normally designate a VOR as high or low level. The high level ones have greater range. Yeah. I think for this, what we're doing, I mean, we're looking good, lads. It's a beautiful day for flying. We're enjoying the countryside. We have an idea where we're going. You know, we'll just see how we're kind of getting on. As soon as this little guy lights up, well, that's going to give us our accurate read coming in. You know? Have I tried the demo for Combat Pilot yet? No, I haven't. I have not. Right, we'll do one of these as we enjoy some of the beautiful scenery that is in Microsoft Flight Sim, because it looks absolutely gorgeous, doesn't it? Beautiful. Right. Still nothing. It'd be interesting to see at 40 miles if she kicks off. I reckon it will. I'd be surprised if it doesn't, to be fair. But we know the instruments are working, so we'll see what happens. Now we just continue to fly. Nice bit of bounce and stuff. Wrong question maybe. Do I need to take more fuel if I fly on VOR point chance, or is nav calculate? Titans of roads. So there's like minimum fuel you need to take. You take fuel for your flight, plus contingency, plus any kind of taxiing or, you know, go-arounds, contingency stuff, right? Then you put in reserve fuel for your alternate if you need an alternate. Alright, so you'd always have enough for your trip, plus or minus an hour, if you can, after that. Ideally, that's what you want to be at. And VATSIM holes. I expect we could get some of them tonight. 100%. So, let's see what happens. The weather, it's a nice day. Aha, we've live 40 miles exactly. Right, so let's dial this guy in, and we want to get a 2, and we want to be flying this guy easy on the 035. Now what's funny here is we are on the 035 radial. The problem is there's a little bit of wind blowing this off. Now if we wanted to be sure to make sure this is the right identifier, right? If I go into sound and we get rid of our aircraft engine and let me see, get rid of that. And we're looking for our nav radios. So we'll get rid of the environment as well. So there's the Morse code identifier. We just got to make sure it's the right one. That's it. You see it? That's it. So we know we're tuned into the right VOR, the right frequency, and we can hear it on our radio here as well. So we are happy days. So we'll get our sounds back on. Aircraft engines, yup, you devil. And we want our environment, up you devil. Alright, so now we keep an eye on things. So we're slightly to the left, so we need to go slightly right. And we can see the 2 flag. We're heading towards it. You can see down here we're still on the outbound, so we're getting a reading of both ways. We haven't necessarily triangulated ourselves, unless of course we're using DME, right? So we can see here, it's giving us DME of 36.5 miles. We need to turn in a little bit because the wind is slightly pushing us to one side. So we'll go 040 heading and let's see what that does. Hayden, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Now we know when we're roughly 10 miles out, we want to change the radial or the track at that station. We want to be at a 360. Just to be aware of that, okay? So at 10 miles, we're going to turn this guy to a 360, and we'll have to turn our aircraft then to intercept that. And that should put us very close down to the airport. Alright, so I might throw in some more heading because she's not affecting this little needle yet. We want this guy to move right back into the center and then we hold. Do. Another 5 degrees. And this is how you do VOR flying. Like, it's not... It sounds worse and more difficult and a little bit strange than it is. Do you know what I mean? Slowly but surely coming back. You don't want to be too aggressive trying to intercept it, right? Because you'll overshoot it and you'll be forever trying to straighten it up. So we know we will come back on track, then we'll kind of turn left a little bit just to offset that movement. So 30 miles out. Small bit of play in the left hand. Again, you want to make sure that your heading indicator is synced to your compass. It's slightly out. And that's because you have deviation. You have gyro deviation, gyroscopic movement. So your gyro, mechanical gyro, is running in the background to stop the thing from moving around, but by it moving creates a small bit of vibration. That's enough to kind of move the dial a bit on you. We're looking pretty alright-ish here now. We're slightly to the left of it. Now, depending on the aircraft you're flying, this instrument could be, this could be, you know, a digital gauge, or it could be a steam gauge. It could show up on your digital HSI, or, you know, your bearing and all this kind of stuff. So we seem to be moving away a little bit, so we'll turn back into it. And again, it's all about monitoring what we're doing. Hey, In a Box Man is here. Good to see you, buddy. Like, your very fine-tuned accuracy, it's always going to be a little bit sharper with digital instruments. It just is. But what we're doing now isn't too bad. We'll throw in another course correction because we're still drifting from it. We can see DME information here. It's coming up. So we can see the identifier and we can see the distance. When we get into about 10 miles, that's when we want to change our inbound track. So we plot on. There's stuff we can also use in the modern Garmin units. I mean, that can do a lot of the heavy lifting for us. But for now, this is nice old school stuff. A gorgeous day for flying. Shutter's behind us. You'll be off my right wing. Downrange, good to see you. Gyroscopic precession. It does great videos, like when you look at the gyro drift, as it's called, right? And you can kind of see how it happens and what affects it. And if any of your, you know, the VAC system, if the suction isn't working the way it should do, it's not going to work at all. Right, so far so good. Now, if we wanted it, we could tune in our second VOR to the same station, and it'll give us an idea on how we navigate, right? So if we're going to say 1160, if we change this guy across to the bottom one, and see the way if I turn this one now to north, right? What am I trying to do here? At 10 miles, we'll be turning our aircraft north. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to have to turn right. So I need to do an offset. So if we're currently at 03, well then realistically, right, I'm going to aim for probably a 090 offset. Because we'll have to turn right more in order to intercept that 360. Alright? So 10 miles is when we'll do it. You have accelerated north undershoot, and then you have UNOS. Sweet. Just the different drift downrange. Undershoot north. There's Shuller. Good, buddy. Okay, 23 miles out. We're just out over the countryside. That car's down there. It's so cool. Like, I love, you just find new places to fly in the sim. I don't think I've ever flown out of here before. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So 20 miles out. There's all sorts of visual reference points we can look at here. I mean, the main ones will be roads. There was a small bit of a lake back there. We could use that. There's an obstacle down there, an antenna. Overshoots out. Can't get my thumbs together. Okay, so small bit of drift again. We'll turn right into it. We're left, of course. We got to go to the right a bit. Get this guy back on track. And we plod on. We plod on. The VOR stuff, again, you can do this, as I said, in any aircraft that has the VOR equipment. I mean, you can do, airliners can do this. Your 737, A320, A380, they can all navigate VOR. They have all the capabilities on board. They primarily use kind of, you know, GPS, and then they get into precision landings with ILS and then, you know, RNAV and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. James is here. Good to see you, James. Phil Foster, welcome in, Philip. Happy Thursday, buddy. More on the right hand, get us back on track.
Hello there.
Hello there. Strap is here. Good to see you, buddy. Left and right click in the WBSim. What do you mean? Gonna pick up a field to land. Schuller, take it easy, buddy. Thanks for flying. I want to just intercept this a little bit better. How are we looking? How are we looking good? Now the airport, what was the airport? The airport is 7 miles south. We were looking for 10 miles. That'll give us 3 miles to the airport. 10 and 6, 3. We go 9. We might do this a little bit further out, lads, because otherwise it'll put us on a 3 mile final, and we're a little bit high. So what I'm going to do, we're going to now turn this guy to face north. I want to intercept that north radial, right? So in order to do this, we're going to start over to the right hand side. We're going to call it a 090, I suppose. Easy now. So we're going to turn 090 because my mission here is I need to intercept the inbound. I want to lower my altitude as well. So altitude, we're going to drop to 2,000 feet. We're going to arm it. We're going to V-speed. And we're going to go down 500 feet a minute. Now what we're looking for, we're going to wait for this needle to start moving across back into the center. As soon as it does, we now turn left. From the comm nav switch button. As in headphone mode. I don't see it. Heisenberg, welcome in, bud. Alright, so we're on a 090 and we're just going to wait for this guy to straighten up. Alright, ease off our power now because we want to start descending. We'll give it 700 feet a minute. Go ahead and get our lights on. Mixture rich. And let's see what happens. We're just going to wait for this needle to start moving in. It's roughly north we want. So this guy, once it starts coming across, then we intercept it and then we fly in, and the airport should appear pretty much right in front of us. Within a few degrees, you know? That's the hope anyway.
Altitude.
Alright, just dipped under 3,000. So we're going to hold at 2,000. Speed is looking okay so far. We're going to keep our eye on our instruments now. We're not going to try and cheat by looking out the window. So our hope is, once this needle comes across into the centre, we turn left to intercept it, then we'll see the runway, or the airport, dead ahead. That is the plan, lads, right? That is what we're hoping for. And then we've navigated this flight by using VOR. And you can do the same, and I recommend you try it, because it's good L fun, but it's also a great aid if you're planning any kind of cross-country flying in the sim. Cool. So we have our 2 flag, which is what we want. So we're hoping this guy now moves in. We should level off at 2,000 feet. Speed is around 90 knots. Okay, here's our altitude hold. And here's our needle starting to move, look. Now watch your speed. 10 miles, which means we're going to be 3 miles from the airport. Needle's coming in. Just watch your power here. And then we'll be jumping on our heading indicator to swing us around to the north. Is it now? Das Pub, good to see you. Good morning. Viper Strike, good to see you. Right, hang a left. There she turns. Might need to go slightly above it. Not to flaps while we're here. Roll out. We'll go slightly to the left because we're slightly left of that radial. And then we can correct it again. Watch your speed around 70 knots. Aiming off for a little bit of wind. We want this guy to be bang on center. Probably want to be a little bit more. And then in. Okay, speed 70, watch it. If we come up now, we should have the airport. There we have it. There's a runway. Nice. Okay, autopilot off. We have a notch of flap set. And we'll start heading in. Cool. And we're about 3 miles, so we are we're about 3 miles from the airfield and just about 9 miles to the VOR. Flying Winnebago is here, good to see you. Welcome in. Ready to start your duty schedule out of Dallas. Ooh, nice one, Viper. Alright, watch your speed. Okay, so configure for landing. Mixture's in, gear is fixed. We've 1 notch of flaps. Speed is a little bit fast, so we'll ease that off. A little bit of wind here, so we'll take it kind of handy. Oop, be Jesus. Easy now, Jemima. So it's purely now just aiming off for the wind. So we're about 7 miles from the VOR station, and the airport is about 7 miles as well. So that's why the airport's right here, yeah? Alright, speed's looking good now. Back into the wide arc. Drop it into 85. There's 80 knots. Second notch of flaps. That'll add to a bit of drag. And it's a small crosswind here. We're not on a proper glide just yet, but we'll maneuver ourselves to try and fix it. 70 knots. We do have some pappy lights there to let us know. We're slightly high at the minute, but we'll fix all that now. Let's get the plane centered. Once you're centered at the start of the runway, your eyes shift towards the end of the runway to make sure you don't run out of runway. Do you know? There we go, we're on the glide. Little bit bumpy with the wind. Watch your speed. Easy now. There is a wild tree near the base of the runway, but it's alright, not in our way. Speed is good. We want to be about 60 over the threshold. Easy now. Easy now. There's our touchdown zone. I'm looking at it. Keep sailing, we're in. Okay, there's our 60 knots over the threshold. There's our center line. Alright, hold the nose. Here's our aiming point. Hold the nose, power to idle, bleed the speed. Touchdown. Yes, I didn't get a notification on my landing rate. What happened there, Flo? Interesting. Alright, flaps in. Pine Bluff Aviation. We have an exit just up here on the left. We'll taxi Alpha. Just a little bit. The ground handling is always a little bit giddy in flight sim. Same in X-Plane. Some prefer the ground physics in X-Plane. It's like ice, you know. Flight sim isn't much better now, to be honest. You get more of a sense of traction in flight sim, but like it's still not great. Right, taxi straight ahead. Landing lights off, strobes off. And we'll park it over here. Easy now. Alright. Okay, on the brakes. And we'll get this aircraft shut down. So, beacon can stay on. Taxi light now comes off. Avionics we're finished with. And kill the mixture. Mags off. Beacon off. Fuel off. Shut off in. All the lights are off. And that's our aircraft shut down. Nice. Engine health is good. That's all looking good. Go ahead and pop the chocks. And that is our aircraft fully shut down. Excellent. So, right, there we have it. VOR navigation. I hope that made sense. I hope you're able to follow along and give it a shot yourselves, right? It is, as I said, it is fun to do, to be able to fly with VOR navigation. It's pretty cool, do you know? Sedanco, this is the WBSim 172. It was a 2020 mod, and well, it works in 24. It's just a better Cessna, do you know? So, right, we know Taze. Let's have a look, let's have a look, let's have a look. So, to kind of give us a summary of our VOR navigation, remember to identify the station, and as we got help there as well, figure out the distance or the range of that station that you're tuning into. So you know roughly, well, I should be picking up the signal by now. We identified the signal by listening to its Morse code identifier, or your onboard avionics will probably give you the identifier as well. In this case it was PBF, right? We use our OBS in order to be able to track towards where we're heading to. We need to aim off for the wind. Now again, we can do that manually, but you know, we use the plane to do it. If you put in the heading that you should be on the radial and you're still not intercepting it, well then, so that's telling you the wind is there. So just aim off based on the wind and you get it back on track, you know. Using DME then, note that not always you're going to get the VOR station at the airport itself. It could be up the road. In fact, it would be fierce interesting if we can find this VOR station on the map, wouldn't it? So let me see. It should be, it's due north in between two rivers. I reckon we'll find it. So we come in runway 36. So if we go this way, we're looking now for the VOR station, which was roughly 7 miles out. So we're looking at the map. There it is, I'd say. You're looking for, there it is. You're looking for a round building. So there it is on the map. It has the incorrect building. That's like AutoGens. It's a round building at this height. That's what it does, right? But you can actually see that's where it looks like, or that's where it is, in the middle of nowhere. And again, the range of that is slightly less then, because sure, it's at ground level. And okay, it's relatively flat here, but you know, some VORs, they'll pop them right beside the control tower, and they're in the middle of the airfield. Others, it could be up in a mountain 6 miles away. This one, it's 7 miles to the north of the field. Know what I mean? Pretty cool though, isn't it? So yeah, that was our VOR lesson for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll do more of this, more of our flight training stuff. Riggsy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the 152 was awesome. Is X-Plane 11 still worth playing, Rocco? X-Plane 12 is better. Nutty Slack, I do. I have the Burning Blue VOR stations. Yeah, they're very good. Very, very good. So yeah, it's a great way to navigate. If you're flying VFR like what we do, it's a superb way to assist you, especially in some of the longer flights that you do. Do you know what I mean? Because you can be looking out for your visual reference points, but you can also use VOR stations to help you along. You know what I mean? There's a runway or an airport out here somewhere. Does anyone see it? It's over here. Where's my plane gone? I'm after losing it. Don't panic. I've just lost my plane. It's 7 miles. Oh, there it is. Is it? Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. We'll just do one of these. All is well. So yeah, have a play around with it. Again, this stream, this lives on YouTube, so if there's anything you need to look back on, have a gawk at it, you know. So what we're going to do now, we transition from kind of this basic stuff, and we're going to start having a look at some mad stuff. Because tonight, friends, we're going to be flying in a 737, and we're departing Hannover, and we're going to be flying over to London Heathrow. So we're going to select our aircraft, and we have a bit of testing to do. So we're going to load into our 737 from PMDG, and we want to have a look at Hannover. Let's have a look here now. We're going to unload this flight. We're going to go to our group flights. Let's see what I can do here. And let's have a look. Murph, if you have AnyBuilds Heathrow, then for VATSIM, I suggest turning down both your sim settings and the AnyBuilds manager ones. Yeah, good call, Dougal. Yeah, good call. So this is what we're doing this evening, and it is out of Hannover, and it's over to Heathrow. I'll go ahead and get that sim brief plan up there. In the second of our global sectors leg, we're going to head to the challenge that is London Heathrow. This should be fun. Departing Hannover, we're going to make our way across Germany and the Netherlands before crossing the North Sea and then on into Heathrow. There's going to be some extra information points on arrivals at the bottom of this post, so there's a bit of studying we need to do. Heathrow, of course, is the United Kingdom's busiest airport, one of the most demanding airspaces in the world, located west of central London. It operates near constant arrival streams with tightly managed spacing and strict speed control. For sim pilots, it's all about precision, star discipline, and keeping up with ATC. Heathrow operates at around 98% capacity all year round, making it one of the most slot-restricted airports globally, and there's only 2 runways, yet it handles over 1,300 aircraft movements a day. While Heathrow is big and it is busy, it's not something that needs to be feared. As long as you know the details of the approach, you'll be fine. The briefing document is from SimFest UK, and the team gives a great overview. Have a look at that. And it's likely that we'll be landing on runway 27. They tend to be the preferred runways. Where the wind requires 09s will be used, but a good expectation are the 27s. Right. Derek is here, good to see you. Dan's Music, welcome in. Thank you very much indeed. Good to see you, buddy. Heathrow will also operate a runway switch at 1500 each day. This won't affect us, but bear in mind, if you do your planning now, SimBrief might give you the wrong runway. Based on the current situation, we can expect that landing runway on the 26th will be 27 right. We'll plan for 27 right. One final part is worth noting. On our arrival, do not proceed beyond the LAM VOR without ATC clearance. If we have ATC on, there is a restriction at Lambourne VOR. You do not pass without clearance, so make sure you know how to hold in your aircraft and be prepared to hold at LAM. Right, we'll have to check out all this. Before we go into our flight plan, well, let's have a look at the information here from SimFest. So the category of the airport: threats, runway incursion, loss of control, mid-air collision. The arrival: expect speed control in your descent, strict adherence to 160 knots till 4 miles DME. Right? Actually, yeah, it's awesome. Reduced separation on approach can be expected with a minimum of 2.5 miles achievable between pairs of aircraft, not requiring vortex simulation. Turbulence, right? Wake turbulence. So that's okay. They could pack us very close this evening, so don't be alarmed. On missed approach, you'll be sequenced into the normal arrival stream and can expect about a 40 track mile back onto your approach. So it's a long go around, right? Do not expect priority unless you declare emergency, which we won't be doing. And when you land, or you can, when you can, use a land after clearance. No, when you can use a land after clearance. Not sure about that. Land after clearance. Okay. An uncontrolled London Heathrow and VATSIM can be chaotic. Make maximum use of Unicom and TCAS. Look out for other people. There is a westerly preference on the air on the runways. Tailwinds up to 5 knots, but in real life, ATC may switch you. Runway alternation program for westerly runways that changes at 1500. We're aware of that. No alternation on the easterly ops. That's okay if we're using the 09s. It's great to be close to Lambourne and seeing the planes in real life. 100%. Sunjammer, 100%. Land after or land behind. Conditional clearance. Gotcha. ATC issued landing clearance allowing a pilot to land on a runway that's occupied. So you could be clear to land after the company. That's what they mean by that. Grand. So it's a conditional clearance. Cheers, naughty. A380 operations. I'm not doing an A380 or a 777. Both aircraft can be, I won't say problematic, but there are different rules flying some of the larger jets in and out of Heathrow. I think the A380, the 74, and I think the 777, even the 350, I think there are categories for those we want to watch. We're in a 737, shouldn't really hurt us too much. Flex should be maximized if we're in the Airbus, so watch that, right? There's a link to this document. It's from SimFest. You know SimFest, guys? They do incredible charity streams each and every year. And yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. Flex should be maximized whenever possible when deciding on the planned intersection for departure. Let me see now. Airbus and London Heathrow ATC have agreed a default intersection plan to use A3. ATC should give a minimum notice of 1 minute for default intersection, 3 minutes for a change intersection, or 5 minutes. But it's always not the case of VATSIM. Where do you, sorry, Naughty, did I go past that? Or is the last line down here? Minimize runway occupancy. That's grand. Get off the runway quick. Right? Where is this now? In guidance to stand can be provided using taxiway centerline lighting. Whilst this is obviously not available in flight sim, some VATSIM controllers have been known to use it. Okay. Allowing a pilot to land on a runway that is still occupied by a preceding aircraft, provided the landing aircraft can safely avoid the traffic. Aha, gotcha. Okay. Is this an event thing? Shimmer, no. We do our VATSIM flights every Thursday, so this is part of our own group flights we do in VATSIM, but we like to do a bit of just reading up on it so we're not caught out. Any amount of time here, and don't worry what goes over your head, any amount of time here planning serves you well. The biggest thing I would say to anyone who wants to fly with us tonight on VATSIM, don't be worried that it's going to be busy. It will be busy, and your focus needs to be more on the ATC sequencing and communication than figuring out how to get your plane to do a single thing or simple tasks or even, difficult tasks. Therefore, you recommend you bring an aircraft that you know very well. If the controller says to you, direct to this waypoint, boom. Turn left heading 260, boom. Descend and maintain 4,000, boom. Reduce speed 160 until, 4 DME, boom. Expect to hold. Oh, Jesus, I have to put a hold now. So you need to get familiar with your aircraft that you're comfortable to do these things, If anyone has, and you can only learn from these things. If you feel like you're not 100% ready, give it a shot. If it goes absolutely disastrous on you, just disconnect. Just disconnect from the network. There's no point having a terrible night. If you get in over your head, disconnect from the network. The last thing you want to do is be a nuisance to the controller and other aircraft going in there, because now everyone has to react to it. It's a pain in the hole. So like, you'd want to be, if you're under pressure, it's not going the way you want, you're not able to keep up for whatever reason, don't worry about it. Just disconnect, get your aircraft landed, and then we'll spend time after a flight tonight. We'll debrief. And if you had trouble, if you had a challenge, well, we'll talk about it. What happened? Where did it go wrong? Okay, well, let's look at it. And how can we kind of tweak it? Or maybe there's different practice stuff you can do. Avoid having a negative experience. That's all we're trying to aim for. Just, you don't want a negative experience. This should be very positive. And if you do it, it's a challenge, but if you do it, there will be a great sense of achievement here. Anytime you fly in and out of Heathrow, you'll look at other people, Jamie and Kenko, these lads, they're in and out of Heathrow like not a bother in the world at all. They're used to it, right? If you haven't done it before, you got to start somewhere, right? So try not to let it worry you. Remember that, yeah, the lads are going to be available on Discord tonight. Pilots who are flying this, they're available tonight, right? So if anyone's stuck, if anyone's, if you're unsure of anything, try hit the lads up in our voice chat, what heavy to learn, Pilgrim. Well, it depends on the aircraft. Flying into Heathrow is not a normal, easy arrival. There's a bit of, and the reason why it's not easy, because there are rules unique to Heathrow. Do you know what I mean? Gelati is here. Good to see you. Departure, not worried about this. ATC might reduce. That's okay. That's okay. Here's the larger aircraft with the departure restrictions. Not worried about departures. That's all fine. That's all fine. Operational information. That's all okay. All right. So we know straight away we need to be careful. They could give us clear to land number 2. Oh, you're clear to land, or clear to land behind company. You're clear to land. Once you hear you're clear to land, it could be a conditional landing clearance. But again, you're the pilot. Keep your eyes on what's happening. Our flight plan, looking at it. So tonight we're going to fly Firefly 235. We're going to be in the 737-800 series aircraft. An hour 45 is what it's given us. And we're going to be blasting out on the VATSIM 2 Sierra departure. And we're heading in on the Logan 2 hotel into London Heathrow. Okay, well, let's go ahead and generate this for the moment. In the meantime, let's have a look at Venture Sky. And let's get an idea of what the weather is going to be doing this evening. Right? Tuka says, as far as VATSIM goes for London airspace, I would say the most important thing, listen for your call sign and respond quickly if possible. Yeah, 100%. Like it's not a pass or fail test. Give it a shot. If you feel overwhelmed, you can always just disconnect, right? It's not the sort of place, if you've only started in VATSIM, or if you're only starting to learn a particular aircraft, this probably isn't the flight for you, only because you need to know your stuff for this one. Says your man, this Egypt, right? I haven't flown into Heathrow before. This is going to be some crack. I'd be the exception of the rule, right? I'll be barred or something. But anyway, let's have a look. So we're blasting off out of Hannover, which is up here. And looking at the temperature this evening, 10 or 12 degrees. It's nice and mild. And then coming back over to London, well, we're 10 or 12 degrees. Okay, that's the temperature. Let's have a look at the wind. Ground level, the wind, it's kind of southerly winds. And over to England, it's kind of southwesterly. Up to 15 knots, though. And they're not. What did we say they're running away? 2-9er. So it's a crosswind landing no matter what we do. 10 knots. Just be aware of that. Winds during the flight, or winds aloft. So we're going to say, well, Hannover, it's a headwind. It's a headwind no matter what way we do it. So it's going to be kind of not too bad down this way, but we're flying into a headwind component. So it is what it is. Cloud coverage then for this evening. So over Hannover, 70 to 80% coverage. London is socked in. Come 10 o'clock when we get there, London is still socked in. Let's have a look at precip rain, right? So there's rain scheduled for this evening when we get into London. Not so much in Hannover. We're actually flying into a little bit of rain. All right, so we've got a little bit of rain. Okay, so we know it's warm. It's a little bit blustery. Winds are coming in from the south and southwest. and we can expect rain when we get to London, because that'll impact on what we're planning to do when it comes to our landing distance. It's going to be a wet runway, so we just need to be aware of that. All right, so I'm happy enough with all that stuff. Our flight plan is done. Happy with that. Pop this over on the other screen. We're now going to load into Hannover. Echo Delta Delta Victor. I think this is SoFly's Hannover. It is. Now where I'm going to be parked is probably over here. Let's see, there's no cargo specifically. Not really. We could go down this neck of the woods. Or over here. Right, we'll go parking 28. And we'll go live. Okay, so we're going to load everything in to make sure that we're building up our own scenery caches. And if we find that the scenery load is just too much, we're going to have to drop our settings back, because we need smooth flight. We don't want stutters or delays. It'll distract us from what it is we're trying to do later on. All right. Okay, so here's the 7.3. We'll jump in, and we want to set up a couple of things. So we're going to get our wing control stuff turned on, because we have our Boeing avionics here with us, right? And this should breathe life into our systems. That's looking good. So we'll come down here to the aircraft. We're going to set us up on ground power, and we will request the ground power unit. There we go. Things are coming alive. Up onto our overhead, we will start with our emergency lights. We'll go with our battery. Ground power is coming alive here now in a moment. Logo, wing lights, put them on for the crack. What else we want up here? We'll turn on the old IRSs just for the giggles and activate our ground power. Right. So make sure our stuff is working. Course, altitude, speed, heading, auto throttle, flight directors, autopilot disconnect, reconnect, auto throttle arm, auto throttle, disconnect, and barrow. Yeah, okay, so all my buttons are working. Happy days. So what I want to do here now, we're going to connect ourselves to VATSIM, and we're going to make sure that we have model matching and all the jazz. So VATSIM remote on that screen, and then VATSIM normal on this screen. There's a new beta. Go on, sure, we'll grab it. Right, agree and agree. Agree here and agree there. Next here and next there. Install. Launch and launch. How long is cruise? Not too long. Tower's online? Sweet. Okay, well, if tower is online, we'll need to make sure we're not going to upset anyone. So let's go to our VATSIM radar. And let us see. Okay. Shouldn't be in anyone's way. We want to connect. We are connected. Make sure we're not squawking. Okay, tower frequency is 120,180. 120,180. We have ATIS information, should be on 136,575. 136,575.
Precision level 60. Report preferred runway on initial contact. Preferred runway due to noise abatement, runway 27 right. When airborne, monitor advisory. Wind 180.
Okay. And we can give this guy a shout for a radio check, just to be sure. So we'll see what happens. Hannover Tower, good afternoon. Firefly 235, radio check.
Firefly 235, Hannover Tower, moin. Radio 5x5, 1120, how do you read me?
5x5 also, thank you, Firefly 235. Okay, so our comms are working. And we should be able to see other aircraft appear. 32 Whiskey is out my window somewhere. There he is. There's a Dougal. Okay, so we're happy enough that our comms are working. VATSIM is working. Now we want to make sure our scenery is working and there's no kind of weird stutters or problems with things loading in. So this is SoFly's Hannover. I only picked this up the other day. It's nice. It is nice. There's loads of detail here. So what we're looking for here is to make sure there's no stutters or any sort of kind of heavy impact with our FPS. So what I would do before a VATSIM flight, I'd always just drone camera circle around where it isn't going to get all that scenery cached in. It helps, right? So that gives us an overview of the airport here. Taxiing should be fairly straightforward. I'm in a nice area, so anywhere along here is going to be grand. Push back, tug release points. Don't see there's a few tug release points. Alpha 1 and so on. But yeah, we should be okay. Maintenance hangars down at the south of the field. Okay. Happy enough in Hannover. That's the first part of the jigsaw. We're going to end that flight. That'll disconnect us from VATSIM. Yeah, it's a shame.
Whiskey, we're calling Hannover, gate 5, Bavaria Golf, Foxtrot 1 and Alpha 1 cross 27 center.
Okay, well, disconnect. And now we need to go to London Heathrow. Yeah, it's a shame about deliveries, Dougal, isn't it? Right. This is a massive scenery, right? The weather isn't great over here today, but I'll park somewhere hopefully out of the way. Again, checking VATSIM, because I don't want to spawn in where someone's sitting. So VATSIM radar over to Heathrow. There's a good number of aircraft already here. Where would be an ideal spot for the MRF? Turn off them shagging clouds. Where would be a good spot for the MRF to park? What's up here now? Where's cargo at Heathrow? There's the Concorde. Terminal. Oh, jeez, that's such a big place. It's on the south side. Ah, good man. Ramp cargo. Is there anyone down there? No. Cargo terminal 608. Let's horse that in. Now my sim is going to scream at me here now in a moment, but we'll figure that one out. Let's load in and see what happens. We're flying at night time. If you're having issues with performance, you could turn off photogrammetry. It may not be needed. You're not going to see it, right? So rather than changing all sorts of settings and messing around, my first recommendation would be turn off photogrammetry. That will have a huge impact on your performance, right? Jesus, was there a plane there? No, I think we're okay. Right. Again, we're going to go for ground ops. We want a ground power. And we'll continue now with our battery. Emergency lights, main battery. Get you guys on. Get you on. Anti-collision, no. Wing lights, yes. Ground power. Transponder, don't be talking. And we'll reconnect to VATSIM. Connect. In we go. We're connected. Chocks are on, we know that. And now we look at Heathrow. So we have an aircraft beside us. Okay, this is where the sim starts getting real interesting. So you have London. See the stutters now? Like, you don't want them on final, right? So just to give you an idea, as we kind of circle around here. Now, lads, I'm rocking a 5090 with an X3D friggin' chip. And, like, you will still get performance hits, right? So, again, we're just building up the scenery cache. There's a couple of stutters in around the place. We just don't want them sort of things. Now, we're saying, what are we saying? We're going to be planning 27, what do we say? 27 right, was it? That's what we're hoping for. Dougal's going to turn the sim down to medium. I would say, I mean, like, to give you an idea, this is going to tell me I'm running at, like, where's the button? This is going to tell me I'm running at 120 frames, which I am, give or take, almost, right? She's trying to get 120 frames. The easiest solution for this, and it's not ideal, but if you turn off photogrammetry, I just want to show you the impact this makes on the sim. It is friggin' huge. You know, or it absolutely shits the bed and it can't work. Jesus. Give it a second now. I wonder, does the airport need photogrammetry? Well, this is odd. Let's disconnect in case our airplane suddenly gets airborne. Can you turn it off mid-flight? You can, but it never did this before, Dougal. There's zero scenery here. Let's restart the flight. Maybe it just needs to force in the lip. That's very strange. I've glitched the planet. Yeah. Are we doing some kind of drugs? Yeah.
They've done studies, you know. 60% of the time, it works.
Every time.
Every time.
I shagged it, Jay. Consider it shagged. Right, we're live now. Jesus. And now I'll reload the scenery. You know what I'm saying? Now let's see what happens. Jump into the machine. We need to put some power into said machine. Ground power. Right. We don't want stutters, we've just turned off photogrammetry. Oh, she's still under pressure. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. A few moments. Works okay for you, but yeah, photogrammetry, that's the main thing that'll give you a stutter, Dougal, I would think. Photogrammetry is because it loads it, then it's like, oh wait, what have I to do with this? Oh yeah, I'll do something with this. Like, that's unfortunately what happens, right? I'm still getting stutters though, so this is not ideal. Settings. Graphics. We are on times friggin' 4. I could go down DLSS route, don't really want to. We shall see. Yeah, no, it's off. Photogrammetry's off. Look, it's using default buildings. Look, 100% it's off. There's satellite data, but photogrammetry's off. I wonder, is it having a harder job loading in? Because it used to be, if you turn off photogrammetry, that used to be like a huge saver. I'm not really seeing it, lads. Turn it back on. Settings, online, photogrammetry. Let's be having you. Think about life for the moment. Now, you can always restart the sim. Like, your sim needs to be restarted every now and again anyway, because it's holding on to RAM, it's just not using. Do you know what I mean? But we'll see. We shall see. This might take a moment. There she goes. I wonder, will it... she loaded in. Now let it load. It should be loading this from its cache. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Maybe the photogrammetry is easier on the sim than the buildings. Never thought of that. Okay, so she's not... I'm getting stutters in a lot of places. So let's go one better. Before I go into my sim settings, let's exit the sim. Right? You can lower... Yeah, you can do all these things. You can lower the terrain level of distance. Right? So I'm going to go into the IndyBuilds manager, because this is where you can actually tweak their sceneries to make them work or not work. Right? So we'll kill the sim. I'm very impatient, so I'm just going to kill the sim. Good luck to you now, Chief. It's holding like 12 gigs of memory. Good luck to you. Right, so we're going to go into my products, and we're going to come down to London Heathrow. And see all this information, see all this configuration stuff? This is where you can turn things off, right? So texture options. Well, let's put it into soft, high definition, or what's high, or what's SD? Soft, isn't it? No? You're in X-Plane. Ooh, X-Plane would be a nice one. Terminal 1, I don't need detail in any of these. Static cars, don't really care. General ground clutter, people, no. Ground service equipment, why not? So you can turn all of this standards, soft, standard. Murphy, you're such a muppet. Right, so that's now configured, right? GSX profile is in. And let's start up the sim again. Now let's see what the difference is going to be. Murphy in his soft. Oh, I got a box from Amazon. I'll show you while we're waiting. Look, because this is going to take a minute. Oh Jesus, I'm still waiting on hardware. From Wind Control. That hasn't come in yet. But I bought things on Amazon, so I'll show you. Look, an unboxing of sorts. What did we get today? Right now. Imagine, right? Imagine if I cut myself. Hang on now. What have we got in today's box? So what I've ordered. It's a box inside another box. So we'll open this one. So what I've ordered, right? What I'm trying to do is get more space from my desk, right? And by doing that, I'm a huge believer in these kind of temporary shelves. They kind of bolt onto your desk, right? No, Shimmer, we're not using any sort of multiplayer servers, right? Oh Jesus, now. You might be saying, Murphy, what are you doing with all these furniture legs? Aha. Wait till you see. Hang on, did we only get one packet of screws? Really? Really? Our time's gone hard in China. Wait, we're down a box of screws. Oh wait, there's one loose in the bottom. Alright, let's have a look. Another leg. Here's another leg. And here's my screws. Now you might be saying, Murphy, what are you doing? I'm going to show you. So, not Mr. Blame here, but my idea behind this, I'm going to screw these fellas down onto me desk. And then you come along with this sort of a puppy, and he's going to now live on top of them. You see? And because I've the EFIS bits of these coming. Right? So the idea being is how I managed to secure this unit on top of these fellas. That's a job for another day. I'll worry about that later. But the idea being is I can raise this up on a pedestal, and they should have been, what was it, 12 centimeters? I think it's 12. Hang on. It's 12 and a half, right? So if I were to look at now, what would 12 and a half do? Oh yeah. So I can do the same, because I've realized that my Boeing equipment is now locked into place. So I don't want to use Velcro. Velcro is better. Glue is not. But the problem is, I mounted my Boeing gear on top of these stands that me and my dad built, and I've realized now I can't take the shagging things off, right? So I need to get creative again in my creative space. Right, so maybe I can use Velcro on these, and the beauty about something like this, you can screw them onto your table, but then you can adjust them. You can adjust the height to whatever clearance you need. They're furniture legs. This is genius. Until it doesn't work, and then I'll just give out. But it should be genius, right? So that's the first thing I need to do, because that's where the Airbus stuff is going to live. 4 of them. Have you heard them? And you've done it now, Tony. You've done it now, Tony. And then the next thing I ordered, this would be a shelf. Now be careful opening this. Savagery. There we go. Ooh, look at this. And my plan here is, because I've an Ursa Minor on the way, right? The idea behind this contraption, and these are very, very good, right? Little wooden platform. But wait, there's more. We open up this little fella. And... oh, Jesus. I have to build these, have I? Ah, for crying out loud. What we have here now, lads, are desk clamps, right? So the idea behind this yon table gadget, how is that going to work now? Does that go... Jesus, have I just screwed these in myself? Miserable.
That's realistic plus connected.
Okay, so the idea behind this now becomes its own platform. So what I'd be doing here, I'm going to bolt this gadget onto this desk, right? 3D print some brackets. Yeah, could do that. We certainly could, Tomcat. This fella is going to bolt on to my desk here, right? And the idea being is I'll then have another platform right beside me. So I'd be popping in the Ursa Minor because it's a left-handed Ursa Minor I've got from Wing Control, meaning I've never flown left stick before. Yoke's grand, joystick never. So it's going to be a challenge for me. Now, I wonder, can I turn that? Yeah, I can. So the idea, Jesus, that's almost the perfect fit. So basically the idea behind this is my joystick will sit here, yeah? And I now fly with a left gadget, you see. Merv, what are those adjustable arms attached to your desk you showed? Adjustable. They're this kind of stuff. So, like, this is like 20 quid on Amazon. Less. It's like 15 quid. I ordered this yesterday and it's here today. These make such a difference. Don't go off and spend 60 or 70 quid buying these shagging mounts. There's no need for it, lads. Like, zero need for it, right? I now know, and these are rock solid. With that platform sitting here, I can now put a joystick, goosh, sitting right here. And then over on the right-hand side, I have another gadget over here, but that hasn't arrived yet. I think that's coming tomorrow. And I have more stuff coming next week. But for the sake of, like, not very much, you get this sort of stuff. And you can transform your flight sim stuff. Like, absolutely transform it. Do you know what I mean? So, yes, I'll build that later. There's instructions in Chinese, and the screws are small, but sure, listen, we'll figure that one out later on, you see. But it's nice kind of black carbon fiber design to it, right? And then that literally becomes a click it up, flick it down. Now, am I going to bash my leg off that? Yes, cursed James Street. So I'll be only using it when I'm air boosting, right? How much is it compared to the wing control stuff? It's way cheaper. Way cheaper. And like, okay, I'm using furniture legs 12 centimeters high because I need 12 centimeters, I think, to clear that screen, or maybe 12 and a half. But the idea being is if I can figure these guys out in such a way, them fellas, right, they'll bolt onto the desk. They're not going to move. And then I just come along with me avionics, and then the avionics, I just need to come up with a way that mounts the avionics to these legs, and then there's zero movement. You can't have movement. You know what I mean? So I need to figure out that one. You could get creative with 3D printing. You could get creative with Velcro. Velcro probably would do the job. I'd just be afraid you'll have a tiny little bit of movement in it. Then again, Velcro is very strong. Invented by the Irish. So maybe Velcro will do it. Maybe. But that'll be part of me experimentation a little bit later on. And as I said, I'm still waiting on the delivery of the hardware. That hasn't come yet. But I knew yesterday, I was like, you know when you have the sudden realization, do you ever fall into that trap? You know when you get hardware, you're like, yeah, I can't wait. And then you're like, where's it going to go? Right? I was that soldier yesterday. So yeah, we'll see what the crack is. And I'll put together this stuff. I won't do it tonight, but the idea being is with wing control, I want to fly Airbus, right? And prior to this, I buy all my hardware. But Wing Control have very kindly sent me out a few additions because they said, Murph, do you not fly Airbus? I said, I do. All right, here's something. Oh, thanks. So I'll be checking that one out, you know. But yeah, Velcro use it. No, wait, I use Daza to hold me Velcro together, right? I've needed it. Where's this now? Stream deleted it. Why did it delete the shagging thing? Daza, I saw your message anyway. Max says, Murph, I was looking for my house. I found it. It didn't look anything like it. Just a big black brick. Is there any chance I can change it to make it look like I can make it look the house? They need to change it. No, it all depends if there's photogrammetry in that area. If they don't have photogrammetry, it's not going to work. You know? Murph, I mean those arms you can swing around you showed us behind the scenes. Think you had shelves attached to them. The arms you can swing around. Yeah, as in like where the arms that you can swing around. This stuff. Them arms on the back of this gadget, is it? Again, they're like newer. Newer's a brand. Newer do those. They're very good. They're a little bit more pricey. Because they're complex, right? They're about 40 or 50 bucks. But they're very good though. They're excellent. That's holding a monitor and a mini PC. So like that's its own little station. You know, Dylan, good to see you. You know what I mean? In a box man, I don't know why that didn't work. But anyway, in a box man, and I've boxes here within a box man. Brilliant. Right, so I'm waiting on. Hang on, you'd actually think you get like some sort of an update, wouldn't you? Hang on, we'll do some tracking. Yes. Open tabs. Yes. Now, where's me FedEx series? Aha, FedEx tracking. Let's have a look. I'm heartbroken on my search for the refund key. Yeah, it's mad. Von House, do your monitor mounts. They have a great triple monitor mount. Ooh, nice. Yeah, dude, Nader, they're just Amazon. You know. Oh, it says out for delivery. Before 6 p.m. Shipment is one of 3 pieces. What time did FedEx deliver to my house at? I can use my cameras. But he's not outside at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out for FedEx. I don't know what time he'll be here at, but it says before 6 p.m, which is kind of strange. This time of the day, this should be gone, right? Anyway, let us load back into Heathrow to see if this has helped us in our endeavours to get a little bit better performance, right? So we'll launch in. Flying between Washington, Dulles and Denver in the 7-3 right now. Nice. Right, back into Heathrow. I was down here, wasn't I? Let us see what happens now, friends. But yeah, so it'd be interesting now to build all that up because I'll be back flying Airbus then soon. I want to take the A340, the A320, the 19, the A321. I do love Boeing, so we'll do a bit on the Airbus side of the fence soon now as well, right? Right. Load us in, please. Go. Come on, Sim, you can do it. Here we go. Do. Right, okay, now that's working. Right, just saying correct again. Ground. Request. Overhead. Get these on, get that on, get this on, ground power on. Okay. Now let's see if this made any sort of a difference, shall we? One of those. 90 frames. Jesus, it's still not great, is it? I wonder, do we need to go harder on some Jesus. Do we need to go harder on some settings? Do you know what I mean? What's Wasim's favourite song? Ah, come on, Chase Plane. Stop acting the dick. Oh, why does it do that? I wouldn't mind, but I'm on the latest update. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Jesus. Oh, jeez, you're after breaking it now, Murphy. Did I not just turn back on Chase Plane? Excuse me. Oh, it's totally shagged it now, look. Ah, for God's sake. Hey, Meg is here. Good to see you. Okay, chase plane just doesn't want to play here at the minute. It's brugged. Will it work now? Really? To be fair, I don't usually have problems with chase plane. It's after completely locking out the camera system. We'll figure out what it is. Kind of glad you didn't spend money on chase plane. Dude, it's so worth it though. It's excellent. Like I don't get too many problems with chase plane. Hopefully this works now. This isn't looking good, is it?
Hello there.
No, chase plane has absolutely broke it. Let's see what happens. Let me see. Paragon, good to see you. Inactive in avatar mode. I mean, we know that, but you're after blocking me camera system, so I can't use the shagging thing. Right, get into the plane. Right. Now, head tracking. There's something not right here because there's something wrong with the head tracking. That's what's wrong. Leave that on for a minute. Re-enable chase plane. Do. Interesting.
Hello there.
Okay, this is absolutely just shit the bed. Right, we'll fix it this way, lads. Do. Great job, chase plane. Right, let's try that again. Jays, we just don't want that issue later on. You're heartbroken. I may search the refund key. Brilliant. Yeah, like to be fair, like I rarely have issues with chase plane. That now just isn't liking something. It has completely locked up the sim. Completely. It's like, no, you're not playing anymore. It should be now fixed and it reloads. Yeah, like Heathrow is always going to be heavy. I get that, but like it's once you cache it, that's me. The whole point is once you kind of cache that area, you shouldn't be getting the level of stutters. You just shouldn't because you're pre-caching it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll see what the crack is here now. While we're waiting, anyway, we can be looking at our planation while the sim loads. So flights, we're going to go to. Well, that'll probably do. We're going to import our flight from SimBrief and start looking at some of our procedures. Right, that's the main thing we need to do. Where is sim? Right, it's loading. So out of Hannover this evening, let's go ahead and look at our departure. All right, so we can see, okay, contact Bremen radar immediately after takeoff. It's an automatic handover. SIDs are also noise abatement procedures, strict adherence. We're not going to worry about that. Let's have a look here now. So we're planning to depart from runway... Jesus, there's the FedEx man. Hang on. Jesus, there's more boxes in here than there should be. Jesus. Oh. Right, I'm covered in boxes. Hang on. Jesus. Put them on the ground, Murphy. What was that? Right. Anyway, not have any issues. Yeah, me neither. Right, let's... kind of want to open these now, but hang on. our departure off runway 27. Right. Okay, 27 right. Let's have a look. Initial climb reference 4,000, 27 right, climb 268 on track, then turn left. All right, it's fairly straightforward. Right, grand. Okay, we've been talking to Bremen Radar if they're up and over, and then it's into here. This is where the crack gets real interesting. So let's have a look at this arrival. The approach, runway 27 left. Is there an ILS from LAM? There is. Oh, Jesus, lads, look at it. Right. Let us look at the arrival. So, are we coming in from Barmy? Logan. We're coming in from Logan. Right, so we're coming in this way. At 250, max 240 knots. There's a hold at Logan, be careful. There's a hold at Sabre, go handy. There's a hold at Brazo, right? And then we have a hold at Lamb. The Lamborn VOR. 220 knots. Flight level 7 or 07. We might have to hold here. So watch your speed. Once we get to Lamb, it's 220 knots. Do not proceed beyond Lamb without ATC clearance. Okay. I hate the Lamborn approach. You have to be hot in those turns. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see how we get on, right? It'll be all panic and whatever, but we'll figure it out. So let me see. Speed max 250, below 10,000 unless authorized. We're coming in from Logan. 250, 16 and 07. Actual descent clearance will be as directed as ATC. So they're going to tell us what to do. Fair enough. ILS for our planation of runway 27 left. All right. So we'll be coming out from here. CF27 left. Aircraft unable to receive DME advised. So what's that? 4 DME? 7 DME. Missed approach, climb 2,000 straight ahead until passing 1,080 feet, or inbound, whichever is later. The left turn on a 146 when established and passing 6 miles from the London VOR. Climb to 3,000 without delay.
Plus realistic, plus connected.
And then we continue as directed. This is... Sorry, Dougal. He needs some glasses for the screen. So, it's not as bad. We just need to be very careful. Fly the runway heading and we peel out to the left. Fairly straightforward. Cornwolf is here. Good to see you. All right. ATC are going to be telling us what to do. If they don't, we'll just go back around ourselves. But there'll be a lot of like, be Janey then, get out of the way, use your radios. If you don't have ATC, Unicom is going to be a screamer here, right? Category 2, if we need it, much the same. And then we look at the airport. So 27 left, isn't that what we're going for? Isn't 27 left? Yeah, 27 left, right? So 27 left is what we're aiming for here. And that's ideal for us because we're cargo and we'll be saying we're cargo, we'll want to ramble in here. All right. So let's just kind of get an idea. Murph, you should be expecting 27 right at night time. Ah, balls, is it? Wait, hang on. Why is the chart 27 left? Did I put in the wrong one? ILS 27 left. Oh, you're such a muppet. It's 27 right. Look, 27 right. Jesus. 27 left. Navigraph, will you do us a bit of help here? Approach for 27 right, please. To look at this big Egypt. Listen. Approach does not connect. Approach. Yeah. Is that right?
Oh, Jesus.
What the hell is it doing here?
Can I get a refund?
There's something not right in that looks right. This bit. Who's in charge? You haven't a clue what you're doing. Yeah, I know, but like, that is correct, is it? So why didn't it show me that here? It just shows me the IAF for like friggin' that's weird. Oddness. Anyway, right, so this is different. Missed approach.
60% of the time.
I've been drinking like a mad Egypt.
Every time.
missed approach, we go up to the right. Right, it's a missed approach up to the right, climb to 3000 straight ahead till we pass 1580 or distance from the London VOR. Turn right on track 315 and then continue as directed. Turn right to 315, which is here, and then we do what we're told when we're told. Right? There's an approach chart. Yeah,
we're going the wrong way.
Like here, yeah, that's odd, isn't it? All right, I'm glad we know. Unlikely they'll give you direct, like Lamb is where we need to get to, and we can't go past Lamb. This is the important thing to remember. Between all the messing and the acting them up, do not go past the Lamb VOR at all, unless ATC are talking to you, right? And if they swap the runways, Simmer, if we don't get clearance, we need to prepare to hold at the Lamb VOR. If there's no ATC online, well, we ramble in. Right, we just make sure we're on the on Unicom, on advisory, and there's plenty of pilot-to-pilot communication. If we don't have ATC, it's up to us to make sure we're all right. If we do have ATC, we need to be very careful at Lamb. Now, this can get tricky because you need to be cleared after Lamb. So if ATC are saying you are cleared for the approach, you're cleared now, they have you. Or chances are that actually they might hold you at Lamb. They could actually hold you back here at Sabre if they need to, you know. You also want chart 10 to S. Chart 10. 10 to S. I don't have a 10 to S. Oh, hang on. Wrong airport. Star 102S. Initial approach from Lamb. King! This is the one I wanted. Thank you, Malky. You're very kind, sir. Right. Lamborn. And then we're in. Look at this. Max 180. This is going to be deadly, lads. No. Oh, yeah. That's for the 9s. We're not going for the 9s. This is actually going to be deadly. Now, you can actually attack both runways from here. Look at that. You can go left or right. That's pretty cool, but they'll be giving us the right. Okay. This is going to be hilarious, though, isn't it? This is going to be on your watch list tonight. I'm telling you, it's going to be great crack here. Right, simulator. Can we see, can the shagging thing work now, please? You know, between the hotting and the trotting and all this. Back into Heathrow. Turn off the shagging. Why doesn't it save that? Just turn them off and leave them off. Right. We'll jump back down here now beside a wild Dougal McTavish. Let our scenery load in.
Hello.
And let's see what happens. Lakota, good to see you. Thank you for the follow. Right. Controllers get very sarcastic when pilots go past Lamb. Means they didn't read the charts. Yeah. Well, we read the charts. We know we can't go past Lamb. And we hold at Lamb. You might say, well, how do you do a hold? You get Johnny Logan and you put him on the radio and you listen to Hold Me Now. Interesting. My cameras still are not working. What is going on, Chase Plane? Thanks! Bloody hell. Right, we're alive anyway. Let me see. One of these, one of those. One of these. It's starting to rain, lads. One of those, one of those. One of those. Okay, so in our FMS, if we need to do a direct, right, enter our IRS position, or if we need to do a hold, we actually have a button here to hold. So if we were to put in LAM, L-A-M, right, or here, NDB, VOR, LAM, there we go. Ish. Hold at LAM. I probably need the flight plan to go in here. I probably need the flight plan. Was it the wrong one as well, was it? Legs page. I probably need to import it. Yeah, we need the flight plan. IRS position disagrees. That's okay, because we're in Heathrow and not Hannover. Right, so she'll load up here now. We just have a brief look, right? FPS at 90 at the minute. Right, load that. Turn this guy on. Okay, activate. Okay, so let's look at a hold. So we're going to say we're going to hold at LAM. Okay, I didn't like that either. Let's plan our arrival. We are on the... whatchamacallit? We are set for the Logan 2 Hotel. ILS 27 right. Transition LAM. Execute. Okay. Hold. Logan. LAM. Hold at LAM. So our fix is... now this is where we put in our information, right? So our speed and target is 7,000. It knows that, right? Inbound to... let's just double check all this. (262) and a 082. Good. Leg time should be 1 minute. That's kind of standard, lads, isn't it? 1 minute leg. Fix ETA, no. Effective time, no. We'll be doing that manually if and when we have to hold. So we'll either put in, well, we're heading in on the inbound or the outbound. In my case, if we need to hold there, we will be holding inbound on the two... no, we'll be holding outbound on the 082. Will that make sense? So we're going to hold on the outbound 082, providing that's going to give us a left-hand turn. Am I making sense, or is that completely wrong? I think that is right. Yeah, it's a left-hand turn, yeah. So we're inbound 262. We're inbound 262. Okay. But it's a left turn. 262 left turn. Okay. So that appears somewhat correct. Our outbound is going to be 082. Our inbound is going to be a 262 on a left turn. Leg time, we're going to call it a minute. Leg distance. Depends on our speed, but we're doing fixed speed at 220 at 7,000, so... that looks correct, doesn't it? We'll find out later on now if this doesn't work. Ooh! I just need to wait here for a minute. You know, there's nothing to worry about. We'll see what happens, right? We shall see what happens. But that, to me, makes a bit of sense. We can program that in. The hold will come up on the screen. We'll know what the story is, right? So while I was here, I wanted to go off and see how the scenery is getting on. Even though it's raining, because I've turned down a lot of details on the airport. But it's still looking okay. It's smoother. It is definitely smoother. So turning off all those little bits and bobs on the Anybills manager, that's like, look, she's nowhere near as bad, right? Hey, Kondo is here. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome aboard. How's all, man? Haven't seen you in a minute. you still have long hair and look dreamy? Right, we're looking good. I say we're looking good. This is going to be hilarious. But I reckon we're going to be good. Heathrow, man. Whose idea was this? Naughty gnome. He's a devil, isn't he? Right, so we have looked at our departure. We've looked at our arrival. Ah, naughty gnome. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. We've looked at our arrival. We've looked at our departure and our arrival. We've looked at our en route. What's our cruise altitude for today? Because our cruise altitude has to go with Euro control, isn't it? Flight level 340. Should you get popcorn tonight? I think so. You've been busy working around the property. It was good to see you, bud. And yeah. Will you get out to Expo this year? 340's lots, right, grand, okay. Cost index 6. Oh no, 7, right, we'll take it. The weather, it's going to be much like this when we get in this evening. Only nighttime. So look for debate. Go on, Kando, you devil. You know it'll be great crack. It'll be more like that when we get in here. Which is fine. Rain in England, who'd have thought like, you know what I mean? Whose idea was this? Good to see you, James. So, right. I'm happy enough with what we're doing for the moment. It'll all turn terribly wrong, but sure, listen. You know, we'll blame someone else if it does. So I'm happy enough what we're doing. Any Heathrow at night is good. Yeah. Banana Dave, Murph, would you be able to, whoever makes those awesome liveries, if they can do one for a Citation X? Ooh, in 2020. Sure. We shall ask. Right, what have I to do now? Well, that's done. Will we open up a few boxes for the last few minutes of the stream? I think we will. Jesus, none of my gear is working. Right, there it is now. Will we open up some... I'm after getting loads of boxes from FedEx. Right, where's all this stuff going to live? I'm literally tripping over stuff. Put that up there now. You know. Loot boxes. Yeah. Hang on now. It's from Wind Control. Ooh. Jeez, they have this. This came all the way from China, lads. You know. I don't actually know what's in this. Ooh. Right. Wind addresses on cam. Average, listen, wouldn't it be a great crack if everyone showed up though, wouldn't it? Perfect, there's 10 people standing outside your house. Oh yeah, they're looking for a party. Huh? Wouldn't that be some crack, wouldn't it? Hang on now. Try not to cut your hands on the telly, Murph. Put down the knife. New flight sim stuff smell. That isn't nice. Jeez, I'm after knocking out half the parrot. Oh, this is a joystick, I'd say. USB. Ooh. You know. And oh Jesus. Jeez, they're a lot bigger than I thought. Oh, that's very fancy. Let's see. Please remove protective film. I've removed the protective film. Is that the cheap one? How can you tell if it's a cheap one or not? Oh, Jesus. How do you... Ooh, batteries, or not batteries. Springs and mechanisms and stuff. No, I think this one has the, it's the Ursa Minor. Interesting. And then we have like the little Airbus stick cover. This is going to be so weird, man. Jay. Oh, there's a twist on it as well. You finally managed to actually launch the sim. Airbus Virtual Pilot, good stuff. That's the one I was talking about, the cheap entry level. Ursa Minor. Why? What's the different one? What's the other one? Cheap compared to the rest. Ursa Minor. Doesn't this have haptic feedback in it? Ursa Minor. Best joystick out there. Doesn't it have haptic feedback? It has a vibrating motor, so it has haptic feedback. That's pretty cool. And then we have a little button that goes over it to make it look like it's an Airbus gadget. You know what I mean? It's very nice, isn't it? It's a good outside. It's very Airbus colouring. What do you think? Ew, and, you know, we got like another little axis here. So yeah, as far as I know, the model only has a vibrating motor. Yeah, but that's all you really need, I suppose. Push to talk. You've trims underneath here, but if you're Airbus, you're not going to worry about the trims. All right, so we've one of those. This is a very big box. What did I order for this? Hang on. This is very big. Jason, let's sellotape on this. That customs or something, open it up. Greta will have an absolute fit when she sees all the packaging. You know what I mean? I'm never getting out of my room again, lads. There's no way out of here. Oh, wait, you don't open the box that way. Okay, I have opened more boxes. What's this thing? Oh, Jesus. Oh, right. It's like watching Mr. Two-Tone seeing her new kitchen, right? I don't know what this gear is now, but sure, we'll have a look. We'll put you down because you're big and heavy. Oh. Now. Oh wait, balls, you're all... Hang on, keep that stuff together now. Because I lose it and I'd be like, oh, they never sent me that thing. Did I ever tell you the time I had to drive down to Limerick twice because I forgot they gave me the part? I drove back down to Limerick to say they didn't. Anyway. Unboxing videos. I mean, where would you get it, lads? I mean, the level of content for this channel has just gone through the stratosphere, hasn't it? Made in China. Right. A little snip there. A little snip there. And a little snip there. So, what's in this? Ooh. Bloody hell, the weight of those. So this is one of those. All the tools you get. An EFIS. You've changed, Murph. You used to be cool. It's one of those. Ew, you know. And are they left and... Do those switches move? Oh, they're pull switches. Oh, I never knew there were pull switches. Right, so that bolts on to this fella. You see? And I've one for the other side as well. What the hell is this going to fit? Right, put you up there, and I'll keep all the paraphernalia. And I imagine the other one's the... Well, it's the other one, right? There's one. Hey, Dennis, it's good to see you, man. It's been a minute. When you're flying an Airbus. Yeah. It's all Airbus gear, you see. Jesus. The missus. Right? What the? And I'd be like, listen. And then she'd be like, you're sleeping on the couch. And I'd be like, lads, we're doing an all-night stream. Right? Ooh, it's another one. Now, is this for the others? It is. Yes. Jeez, they're an awful lot bigger than what you think. No, Murph, it's just your hands. Right. So we have a left and a right. So they're both the same, right? But I do like the fact that, because I have it for the Boeing, and do you know what? These are considerably bigger than the Boeing panel. Oh, balls, look, they're higher too. You're such a muppet, Murphy. Why don't you, like, measure stuff? They're considerably higher. Balls! Right, I'll figure it out, though. I'll have to figure that one out. You know. Murph, I have an idea for your shed. Sheds are just not a good idea, they're not. I mean, the stuff will get dampage. Right, oh jeez, there's 2 more boxes, lads. What's in this one? Easy now. Easy. These are little knives I got, they're deadly. They're little Stanley blade knives. They're fierce handy. Cut you something fierce though if you don't know how to use them right, do you know what I mean? Hey, Got Friends is here, good to see you. I got sent stuff. You too can send me stuff. And I'll open it on a live stream. Just don't do anything weird, right? Come out. Wouldn't it be hilarious if, like, Wing Control did this as, like, you know, babushka dolls? Wouldn't that just be a ticket? It's a mug inside several boxes. Yeah, several boxes. It's a mug. Easy now. Easy now. D. Just bought the 7.3. Yeah, it's so good. Is that a challenge, Murph? Someone sent me stew! And it was cold. What is this now? This is big, whatever it is. Let's just do that. Easy now. Lads, the amount of boxes in here, she's going to go through me for a shortcut. Ooh! This is a throttle. Yeah. You down there. Well, now, isn't that fancy pants? Ooh, and ah. Isn't that nice? We have a throttle. Ooh, and ah. Jesus, the build quality, they look fantastic, don't they? It's an Airbus, so, like, you know, get up over there. You go. Oh, yeah, they're lovely. I keep waiting for them to call Wing Control, so it doesn't roll off the tongue, right? I should send you some in-flight snacks from different airliners to review on stream. Mike, that'd be brilliant. Maybe do a tier list. Hell yeah. You've DM'd me, Tarnish, man. Oh yeah, that's real nice. And then reversers. That'll take a little bit of getting used to. So that's the throttle. That's really nice, lads, isn't it? And, you know, ah. And we have like little adjusting legs here. So this guy is going to eventually live over here when I'm flying Airbus stuff, you see? And we're nearly there, we've one left. I'm gonna have to hide half of this in my dad's bin. My bins won't take all this.
Hello there.
You know, oh jeez. Right, here's my last one now. Who was that? Someone come in. Who it is? Al Capone, good to see you. It was upside down. You're selling those on Facebook Marketplace. Make those hands work, right? Easy now. I don't know what this is. Is it the other bit of the throttle, maybe? you know, for flaps and oh look, it's a box inside a box. I'm never getting out of here. I've just now built a fort around me. This is ridiculous. I'm excited to see all this working though, set up and that, you know. Who sends you goodies? I do get sent stuff every now and again from different people. This is from Wind Control. One of them. Yeah, so that's off the throttle. Jesus, I'm going to be making Lego for weeks. Does anyone know where that came from? This is the gadget that goes with the throttle look. So how does that work? Oh, steady. Oh, it's magnets. Wait now, does that work like that? So it's like a magnety kind of a setup. Ooh, and very, look. RTFM, not a what? You can't read the manuals. Park and brake is lift and... Right, lessons will be learned here. Does anyone remember the type of aircraft I let the handbrake go off and we crashed into the second car park? If it's an Airbus now, I've no excuse. Because it's a proper setup. The flap handle. Oh, that's pretty decent actually as well. The range of movement. Arm it. And then put... Oh, look at that. You pushed the gadget down, look. Engine start switches.
Get a load of this guy.
This is class, isn't it? Look at the whole Bujani setup there, look. Don't drop it now, Murph, because you'll destroy yourself. But look, it's pretty cool looking, isn't it? Oh, it was a 738, was it? Alright, Jesus. We'll have to wait for Wind Control to do the Boeing stuff.
Can I get a refund?
No, there's no refunds. You can check off. It's very nice looking. It's a beautiful bit of kit. I tell you, it's a lot bigger than I thought. An awful lot bigger than what I thought. So my plan with the throttle, it's going to be over here on another little platform thingy I'm getting. That's going to be interesting. So stick and throttle. My landing gear will have to stay where it is because there's no landing gear in this, or not? No. I might look at the landing gear stuff. But yeah, man, this is awesome stuff. I will be, what's that button do? Off or on? We'll figure it all out. But yeah, massive thanks to Wind Control for checking it out. I will be putting this in my content. We'll be showing you when it's all in place and set up. And I know by like, I've watched the lads use this the whole time. You know, Jamie and Ian and Matt and that. Like I watched the lads using the gear and I'm like, jeez, that's very good looking gear. I definitely didn't think it was as big. So it is a 1-to-1, or very close to 1-to-1, I'd say. Throttle's probably a little bit smaller in fairness, but the EFIS, they're full size. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's absolutely gorgeous, man. So yeah, I need to get it all set up. You know, it is great equipment, says Dazza. Yeah. Roy says you never got your order or something wrong with it during shipping. That's kind of strange. Kaylin was to get yours today, but Puss lost it. Oh Jesus. Well, no, like what I'll do, like it's when I'm flying Boeing, I fly with like because all the other gear I bought, I buy my gear, right? But Wind Control sent me this because maybe they were looking at me Boeing stuff and said, look, we've Airbus stuff. Oh yeah, and I have some of the Airbus stuff. And it's going to be interesting now because I've never flown using my left hand with this. I've never done that, so that's going to be a challenge starting off. Now the good news, like I have the FMC or the MCDU, I have that anyway, right? And like the gear I use, I mean, you can use it for Airbus. You know, I use Verpal stuff, and like they have the gates there, and they have, you know, your reverser toggles. They have all that built in. But I'm using this stuff when flying Airbus, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So I'm trying to think what else. So probably the landing gear panels. There's a couple of more panels, but then you start thinking, Jesus Murph, you're getting into building a home, you know, your home cockpit, which you could do if you know, you absolutely could. But yeah, I'll see how it goes. I'll need to get it I'll need to get it all set up. It'll be some crack though when it's set up. So I'll see. I might tackle it this weekend because we'll maybe plan some Airbus flights for next week, which could be fun. Again, don't get me wrong, I love flying the Boeing. That 737 is class, but I've missed the Phoenix. I haven't flown that in months, you know? So you get used to it very fast. Roy, that's nuts, man. Is that through the sender or is it through the shipping company? Do you know? But anyway, right, we're all planned for this evening, I hope. We covered a nice bit of ground today with our VOR training. Hope you guys found it helpful and insightful. And if you want to send me stuff, I'll open it on the stream. I don't know where I'm going to put it, mind you. I mean, the shelf of many things. Well, that's more of it, like. That's more of it. But yeah, hardware and all the jazz and testing things out. My room is getting terribly small. Does anyone have a decent sized shed, you know? Or you know, or like an extension, right? Now we're talking. But we'll see what happens. Duke is going to fly the Phoenix tonight. Good shout, man. Yeah. Haven't flown the Phoenix in ages. I'll have to jump back into it. The craziest Airbus home setup I've seen is expensive. Oh, the Scalari stuff, crafty. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm going to give them the whole, you know. Well, hello. Over at FS Weekend, Scalarchy, you know, I'll wear me best aftershave. You know, how you getting on? They've some serious stuff, haven't they? Jesus. A sheet of perspex, some holes, and some rivet nuts. Yeah, that'll do too. So what am I waiting on now? That's the hardware, which is great. I'm waiting now on the shelf thingy for over there, and then 2 other things. And once I have all the bits and pieces, I can put all this together, but it's just gonna sit there. I need to get our shelves and stuff to actually build this into what I'm planning. So, you know, when I'm flying, I'm able to operate the aircraft as an Airbus, and it won't interfere with what I do with a Boeing. Does that make sense? Or anything else that I do. So, yeah, I'll need to get creative in my creative space. Ding. Right, I'll be back in a few hours. We'll be doing this flight in just under 5 hours time. So hang on, sorry Tarnish. Hang on out, Tarnish. Oh yeah, as in yeah, of course, yeah. We're going in there anyway, Tarnish. You'll be for hours setting up that gear. I won't really. I'm gonna have Dazza on speed dial. He doesn't know this yet, but it'll be a case of Dazza. Grand thanks. Listen, how did you? Right, and that's how it'll start. And then at that stage, then I'll be like, yeah, it's ooh, and it'll be done then. Brilliant. Dazza just doesn't know about this yet, but that's what's going to happen, right? It just is. But right. Lads, I'm away now for a bit. I need to get a bite to eat, and I need to pick up the missus, and I need to hide all that stuff. But it's been great crack. These Thursday streams, we'll be back next Thursday doing more. And tonight we have our VATSIM flight. Tomorrow night we're doing our group flight. So it's all go. Do you know, it's all busy. And yeah, for next week then, we're back to Airbusing with all this stuff. Massive shout out to Wind Control for sending out all this pretty amazing, cool looking stuff. Can't wait to get it all set up. What's that for now? Oh look, there's buttons that go on. That's for the flaps. Oh wait, that's if you're putting it onto like a gadget. Ah, see what they did there? Look, for the home cockpit builders. Absolutely brilliant. Dan's Music, good to see you. And thank you very much. Right, lads, we're back in a few hours' time. Thank you so much indeed for tuning in, wherever you tuned in from. We're going to be live once again on TikTok, on YouTube, and of course on Twitch at 8 o'clock tonight, 2000 Zulu time. So, lads, until then, have a great day, and go fierce handy. We're doing a thing, right? We're almost supersonic. Well, we're only at 400 knots. That was the most cinematic anticlimax ever. Yeah, but hang on, give it time. We're doing it. You're gonna miss the ground, you big ape. Hang on. Bank angle. Just put it in the ground, Murph. Stop showing off. Because it does have crash physics. Watch. This'll surely blow up. All is well in the realm. I promise you can make... Oh, there it is. It landed like a dart. And now it's fine again. Yeah, we broke the plane. We absolutely broke the plane. Yes. Right, the last thing I want to... I rarely use this word when it comes to flight sim add-ons. I reserve it only for the special kind. But, like, there's no point saying anything other than, this is shite.